All right. Okay, well, thanks for inviting me. And yeah, Aladdin was kind enough to uh, ask me if I wanted to or if I was able to contribute. And so I'm very happy to. Um, so I'll just start by introducing myself briefly. So I'm a historian. I work at the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow. And what I focus on is the history of health and medicine. And this morning, I'm going to turn to history to discuss some of the ways in which we can transform our society, not only to be kinder as society, but also provide us as individuals the freedom to be kinder ourselves. And one of the subjects that has interested me a lot in recent years is the history of preventing mental illness. So, for much of human history, we've actually put a lot of effort into preventing mental illness in various ways. For a long time, this may have included religious approaches, since madness might have been thought of being a curse from the gods or the devil. For 2,000 years or more, we also had humoral medicine, which was very much a preventive approach. So the word melancholia, which was a word that used to describe what we might describe as depression now, melancholy came from the word black bile. The human body had four different humors that always had to be in balance with one another: black bile, blood, yellow bile, and phlegm. And melancholia was caused by too much black bile. One way you could prevent that was by adjusting your diet and your lifestyle in ways to make sure that that black bile stayed in check. And then in the 19th century, we have all sorts of interesting, let's say, approaches to preventing mental illness, some of which we are very sensible and we probably need to think more about, and then others might not be so sensible. So one thing that was very popular in the 19th century was preventing masturbation, because masturbation was thought to drive you completely insane. But also things like overstudy. So making children study too much was thought to be bad for mental health. And as someone who works in a university, I do wonder if perhaps we could learn something from that. We also had there are also conditions such as neurasthenia, which was a nervous condition that emerged in the late 19th century that was associated with living in uh, urban environments where there were telegraphs, trains, trams, all sorts of commotion, and it was thought that the nerves of especially middle class people couldn't cope. And the cure for that was often going and spending time in the countryside. And there were also biological causes as well. So pellagra is probably the most interesting. Pellagra is a vitamin deficiency disease, and it's caused often when agriculture shifts to corn, which doesn't provide the vitamin that's required. And so places in northern or southern Europe and the southern United States that switch to a corn diet, you have thousands of people falling victim to this vitamin deficiency disease, which is completely preventable. So if you went to an asylum in northern Italy, many of the people there would be suffering from pellagra rather than any other cause of their madness. In the 20th century, we start turning more to social conditions. So we see this in the mental hygiene and the child guidance movements. And the Second World War really raises concerns about the prevalence of mental illness. And so what happens after the war is we get this new approach to dealing with mental illness called social psychiatry. And this was an attempt to use both the insights of the social sciences, so sociology, anthropology, and psychiatry to try to figure out once and for all what were the real societal factors that contributed to mental health problems. And there were a series of really fascinating studies that were conducted in the United States in particular that identified some of the prime causes for mental health problems. So one was done in Chicago in the 1930s, and it found that poverty was really a key factor in people ending up in asylums in Chicago during that period. Another study Chicago was quite a new city. Yale was quite an old city for North American standards. It goes back to the 17th century, and it had its really entrenched class system. So the researchers who focused on New Haven determined that it was actually inequality that had was a big factor in contributing to mental illness. And then probably the biggest study, or the biggest study, was in New York. And in New York, focusing on Midtown area of Manhattan, they determined that factors, yes, poverty, inequality, but also things like social exclusion and community disintegration. You could feel very alone in the busiest city in the world. So if you think about these sort of factors and how do you deal with them? Well, if they had been reduced, that would have been a grand act of kindness, wouldn't it? But that wasn't meant to be. The social psychiatrists who investigated these sort of ideas had clearly indicated what needed to be done, but they weren't so good about indicating how to actually do it. So in some way there was a will, but there wasn't a way. And by the 1970s and the 1980s, the interest in social psychiatry and in preventing mental illness really wanes a great deal. There's more of a focus on the individual and individual mental health rather than the mental health of populations. And it's also when we start to see biological psychiatry taking root. So focusing on genetic or neurological explanations for mental illness, and then turning to pharmaceutical products for the solutions. So we see a decline in the interest of prevention, a decline in the interest of social psychiatry. And as we can also tell, the rates of mental illness start to creep up as well. So let's turn to today. Now, I think even before COVID, many would have argued that we are in the midst of a bit of a mental health crisis. And for me, as a historian, I do see some parallels with the period after the Second World War, just in terms of the concern about mental health, as well as the greater willingness to talk about it. One of the, I think, case studies for this is sport. Think about the sport pages or the BBC Sport website 10 years ago. You would never have found any articles of athletes talking about their mental health problems. In the last 2 or 3 years, we've probably had a few hundred articles that focus on the mental health problems of athletes. And that's because the stigma of mental illness is starting to decrease a little bit. We still need to go an awful long way, but it is changing. And I think what's happened as well is that there's a bit more interest in prevention. So how do we actually prevent people from getting mentally ill? And one of the things that has happened has been the emergence of individual techniques such as mindfulness, which are very effective in helping people to put things into perspective and live for the moment and focus on things that perhaps will not make them feel stressful and stressed and upset. But I would argue that we also need to kind of go further and think about deeper societal changes that will help us to prevent mental illness as well. And one of the things that I've turned to in recent years is the idea of universal basic income. So universal basic income, or UBI, is a guaranteed income provided to everyone in society. There's no means testing. It's unconditional. Everyone receives it. They will receive it till they die. And unlike the current benefit system or welfare systems in other parts of the world, there's no fiddling around with it. You get it, and that's all there is. If you go to school, you can, or if you go back to university, you can keep getting it. If you start a new job or want to transfer from one job to another, you'd get it in the midst of that, but you'd keep getting it. It's a constant in your life, this income that's always there. So, I mean, I see UBI as an inherently kind intervention, partly because it would help eliminate some of those factors that social psychiatrists believed to cause much mental illness. So quite obviously, if it was set at a high enough level, which would be the case, it would reduce poverty. And we know that poverty causes the sort of stresses that are often responsible for mental illness. But it would also help to reduce inequality by eliminating some of the stigma associated with benefits. Everyone would get a universal basic income. I would get it, the Queen would get it, and the people really struggling in society would get it too. And I think what that provides people is with a certain amount of hope that they can achieve a better life. I'm up here in Scotland, and one of our former chief medical officers who works at Strathclyde with me now, Sir Harry Burns, talks a lot about diseases of despair. These are diseases, addictions, alcoholism, mental health problems, these sorts of things. And he associates those diseases of despair with the fact that many people in certain parts of Glasgow, but other parts of other cities in the UK and other parts of the world simply don't see a way out. They feel trapped, and because they're trapped, they resort to the sort of destructive behaviors that lead to illness and death often. So in this case, with a UBI, partly because it's universal, it's paid to everybody, but it also, because it's always there for people, it allows people to make the sort of changes so that they can advance in society. And I don't see this as just advancing for the sake of advancement. I see it more in terms of allowing people to pursue the sort of careers that they actually want to pursue. So I used to work as a careers advisor back home in Canada. And it was actually quite depressing sometimes when you talk to people about the sort of jobs that they wanted to do, why they actually wanted to do them. I remember quite a few people wanting to do what Homer Simpson did on The Simpsons because it seemed really easy and simple. And I thought, well, you can do that, but is that really going to make you happy? I think UBI is something that can give people the freedom and the flexibility to pursue the sort of work and careers that will make them happy in the arts, for instance, in music, but also things like returning to full-time schooling, starting their own business. And I think crucially, it also financially recognizes people for the work that goes unpaid in society. Think of all the caring and the parenting that millions do currently for nothing. So recognizing that through a basic income, I think would be really good. But I think finally, and most intriguingly really, I think a universal basic income would help us to be kinder. It would allow us to be kinder. Rather than being forced to organize our lives around maintaining an income at the expense of family, community, the environment, and our actual hopes and dreams of what we actually want to do with ourselves, it would help us recalibrate our efforts in life to things that really matter to us. These things, many of us take for granted. And I think COVID, in fact, and lockdown in particular, helped us think a bit more about what really matters to us. For many people, nature emerged as a real salvation for them. Those, I should say, those of us who could access nature. Many people living in the middle of busy cities and council states that are miles away from any countryside really struggled with that. But for many people who had the ability to, nature was a real salvation. And that tells us a message. Maybe if we realize that nature isn't just something associated with climate change and existential threats to our existence, is actually something positive as well that we can engage with much more in life. Other things, people picked up hobbies perhaps on furlough that they didn't know or didn't have the ability to do before. COVID really put things in perspective for a lot of people, as well as of course, because we weren't able to spend time with friends and family, it's put that into perspective as well. Many of us have realized how important that is. And having structures in society that allows us to engage more with each other and our community is really important. And I think universal basic income would help us think more of society in terms of social and emotional growth rather than merely economic growth. Places like Bhutan that has takes the happiness index really seriously, are providing some examples of that. And in Scandinavia as well, the concept of hygge, that feeling of comfort and satisfaction and feeling warm and welcome is really important as well. But we need to make that more central, I think, in terms of how we structure society, rather than just is the GDP increasing or not. We could, I would be very happy with a post-COVID Scotland or UK that maybe didn't have the economic growth, but had much more social and emotional growth. I think that'd be great for all of us. So one of the criticisms of UBI is rooted in the idea that people are selfish and lazy, and if you don't make people to work for something, they'll take advantage of you at pretty much every turn. And if we think historically about this thinking is really rooted, at least in the UK, in the 19th century thinking that fueled the New Poor Law and gave rise to the workhouse that Charles Dickens wrote about in novels such as Oliver Twist. I really think that sort of thinking is still very prevalent in how we think about our relationship to others in society, and that's really unfortunate. I mean, this thinking is almost 170 years old now. We should probably be progressing our thinking a little bit. And to be frank, I think that sort of thinking is rubbish. I don't think that people are essentially governed by laziness and selfishness. And I've long argued, in fact, that compassion and community engagement are just as powerful motivators and indicators of human nature as competition and self-preservation are. If society was structured in a way to allow our inherent kindness to flow through easier, I think we could be much more able to deal with the challenges thrust upon us, ranging from climate change to COVID and lots of other things. UBI, I think, could be a pivotal way to restructure society in ways that privileged kindness over competition. It won't prevent everything. It won't prevent all mental illnesses or solve all of our problems, but I do think it would be a step in the right direction of a kinder way of trying to do so. So I'll stop there. And if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Wow.
And I suppose I'll try to end hosting.
No, keep it for now, I think, because
okay.
otherwise your video might disappear.
Right.
There's a couple of questions here, but if I may start with a couple of questions. I love the idea or the concept of a kinder government, actually, just thinking more from a top level. So if a government is, responsible for its citizens and it's thinking, okay, how can we create a happier and kinder society? And then UBI could be one powerful way of helping to facilitate that. I'm just thinking about the so-called happier countries in Scandinavia you mentioned. And I feel that they seem to be closer to UBI than us in a way, in the UK and other countries. Would you agree with that? And do you think, is there any countries or any smaller places that have instituted UBI and it's reduced mental health challenges?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. It's kind of two parts. I think the first part, in terms of Scandinavia and some other countries like the Netherlands, for example, partly because their welfare systems are a lot more generous and there are fewer, I guess it's a more carrot than stick approach. So there's fewer ways in which people can run afoul of the system and lose their benefits. That often, although people there are sympathetic to the idea, there's less of a need for UBI. And also, if you look at things like measures such as inequality, a lot of these places have far less inequality, far less poverty than, say, the UK, Canada, the United States. And so maybe it's not quite as attractive. Where you have seen pilots popping up, there hasn't been any full-scale implementation of basic income. Probably the closest you get is is places like Alaska, where because of the oil revenues, everyone gets $500 every once in a while, but it's certainly not seen in the same way. I come from Alberta, and I remember one year when the oil revenues were really high, the government didn't know what to do with all the money they had, so they just sent everyone a check for $400. Which, I mean, I think I gave mine to the Stephen Lewis Foundation. It was just such a lazy way of of, of figuring things out. And of course, now the oil is not doing so well, and probably the government's wishing they had that $500 or $400 back. So, but where the trials have happened, so in Finland, in Ontario, Stockton, California, for example, mental health is not formally assessed, and that's something I think that should change. I think they should almost mandate that you need to assess it when you're doing a UBI trial, but it comes out. So there was this interesting video that came out after the Finnish experiment, and almost the entire video focused on how people's mental health had improved, how their stress levels had gone down, how they just that weight, that weight. Anyone who's been under financial problems in life or other sorts of insecurities, immigration. I'm an immigrant, and the threat of being kicked out of the country and with Brexit looming, that it's just a weight on your shoulders, and when that weight disappears, it does make it an impact. So that's what starts to emerge from some of these trials. It's not just about are people going back to work or not. It's these other benefits that we need to start thinking about.
Thank you. This is fascinating. There's so many questions here. Maybe I'll read 2 or 3 of them and you can answer which ones.
Sure.
So first one is, how much would UBI be? Next one is, how would we ensure that we give UBI to all? Prices wouldn't just rise so that some are still unable to afford the need. So maybe start with those 2.
Yeah, those are good questions. I think one key thing, I didn't say this in the talk, but many of us who support UBI see it as a foundation or a floor rather than a ceiling. So it's the foundation on which a much better welfare system can take place. So it's not about so in terms of how much, it would be certainly enough to lift people out of poverty, but lift head and shoulders out of poverty. And I think the rationale for that, if people say it's too expensive, well, first of all, the current system is very expensive, and it's also woefully inefficient. I mean, I don't know if any of you watched the film I, Daniel Blake. That provides a wonderful example of how the welfare system is just structured to be gatekeepers. So it's structured to prevent people from accessing their benefits rather than giving their benefits. And when I worked in Canada as a youth counselor and a career advisor, 90% of my time was devoted to ensuring that these young people had enough money. It wasn't focusing on their mental health or their career ambitions or their education. It was simply making sure that they managed to do what they needed to do to keep their income. If that wasn't part of the equation, we could allow the people working in the benefit system to actually work to solve the more difficult problems. I mentioned preventing mental illness. One of the great causes of mental illness is child abuse that occurs early on in life, and the trauma that exerts on people. Well, that's really difficult to deal with, but because we're so focused on the financial side of things, we can't get to grips with the really difficult things. So I think that's one of the key issues. And in terms of the inflation, I think rent control would have to be introduced, which again would be a good thing. Places like New York City have had robust rent controls for many, many decades. And things like, I think I would love to, one of the other things I research is the history of food and nutrition, which is another big issue we have in the UK. And I would love to see much more robust food and nutrition policies put in place to ensure that people have access to local healthy food and they know what to do with it. If it's not like a turnip shows up in your mailbox and you don't know what to do, people are educated to do. I think food should be a core subject in the curriculum all the way through. So like I said, UBI would be the starting point for really transforming our welfare system, for a welfare system that is for the welfare of all of us, really, not just the the poor, so to speak, for everybody.
Oh, wow. I think we've pretty much run out of time, actually. Maybe we could just very quickly, Claire had a question. She said that Sweden voted against it and it was successfully trialed in Alaska. How do we get past the political and public stigma against the concept of UBI?
Well,
Just a minute or two.
Yeah, I think there's two ways to do it. Pilots are great, but you can quibble with any scientific trial. I think the two ways, one is stories from individuals talking about how this could help and how it has helped. I think that's really important. And then the other thing is health. I think the potential health outcomes would be well, putting a negative way, the straw that would break the camel's back in terms of, the resistance. I think that would really make a big difference. And COVID has provided an excellent case study for that. We know that it affects the most disadvantaged people in society the most, and that is costly. We're going to be paying for these costs for a long time. So I see it as a preventive, and that's the way they would pay for itself.
I found this so fascinating. I wish we had more time, actually. Hopefully, maybe in the future, maybe in a few months when we have another slot, we would love to have you back if you have time, and we could learn more about it. And also the nutrition stuff. I'd be fascinated about that. I've always thought that unhealthy, very commercial food should be taxed more, and that money go towards cheaper vegetables and fruit and things like that. So yeah, excellent. Well, thank you. Yeah, so if you could work out how to pass on the
so
you need to go to my name and click on participants first.
Participants, okay.
And then click on more next to my name, Shamash.
Okay.
It should have an option there to make host.
More, make host.
Yes.
Yes.
I got the power.
It even says yes. Yes. All right. Oh,
Great.
I enjoyed that. Thanks for your questions,
thank you
everybody.
So much. Thank you so much.
Feel free to get in touch with me if you're interested. I'm happy to talk more about this to anybody who's listening right now.
Well, if he has questions, really kind of burning questions, then maybe I'll put a few together and in the future, or send them to you, or maybe check out your books as well. Like
sure.
Or have you got a blog post on this or anything?
Yes, in fact, I'll put a couple in the chat, and people can have a look at those. Okay.
That'd be perfect. Yeah, thank you. Thanks again, Matt. Bye for
now.
Awesome. So, spotlight for everyone. Yes. Oh, that was so fascinating. We've got so many great questions. I'm sorry they weren't able to cover them all. But a fascinating topic, isn't it? Something I haven't studied much at all, and Matthew really knew his stuff there, so that was great. Okay, so who do we have next? Let's have a look. Let's go back to our slides so we can see. We have Elspeth. We're going to have a meditation now, so it'd be a nice time to kind of reflect a bit. So let me see. Yes, Elspeth is unmuted.
Hey, Shamash.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Did you manage to hear some of that talk?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. I was getting set up here, so I'm going to catch the recording
great.
Catch up with everything later.
Wonderful. So I'm going to try and, if I make you co-host, let's see if it allows you.
See if I can start my video. It says I can't.
Yeah, I think it's having some problems starting the video with that. Anyway, I can make you a host, and then you can do it that way. And then you need to make me a host. you're the boss now. So
excellent. Then I'll hand the power back to you.
Yeah.
There we go. Great. Super.
Excellent.
Now I need to try and do another technical thing. I need to share a screen. So bear with me.
My video will disappear, but I'll still be here.
Right. Okay. Great. Okay. Bear with me.
So while Elspeth is setting up, just wanted to just briefly introduce her. I think your website's called Pause to Be, is it?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
There you go. and you're going to do like a meditation practice with us. And maybe you can say who would be appropriate for it. If anyone's going through any challenges or something, would it be okay for them? If you could just say a little bit about that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Shamash. So Tonglen meditation, I'm going to tell you a little bit about before we go into the practice. The practice is suitable for everybody. However, as with everything, if anything feels a little overwhelming as you're going through the practice, simply come out of the practice. I'll share with you some ways of how to bring some self-compassion to the body if you feel a little overwhelmed, or simply stop and come back to it when you feel more ready. So I'll start and go through the presentation now. So thank you everyone for being here today. It's really great to be sharing this practice with you. So Tonglen, some of you may be familiar with. What is Tonglen? It's an ancient Tibetan Buddhist practice, which means taking and giving, or sometimes we say sending and receiving. And Tong means giving, Len means taking. And the purpose of the practice is to cultivate empathy and compassion, and I feel also connection with others. It's a real great practice for allowing us to really experience the suffering of others and to send them kindness. So where did it originate? And this is quite an interesting one. So we're back about 1,000 years ago. Tonglen practice started in 11th century Tibet. At that time, there was a mass outbreak of leprosy. And the Tonglen practice was actually brought over from India. I believe it was in Bengal, where it originated in the 10th century. And it was brought to Tibet to help those who were suffering from leprosy at the time, and also to help those who were helping to treat the leprosy sufferers. And what I find amazing is that 1,000 years later, so here we are in 2020, during the COVID-19 global pandemic, many people have again turned to the Tonglen practice at a time when many are suffering and many are helping those who are suffering. So how do we practice Tonglen? So Tonglen is quite a different practice from others that you might be used to. Usually we talk about breathing in peace and breathing out peace, and we're looking for a sense of calm. In meditation, so as I've said here, we often talk about breathing in, I calm my body. We might say breathing out, I calm my mind. So this is a little different, and if you haven't practiced Tonglen before, you might find this a little unusual. So with Tonglen, the idea is that we breathe in suffering, or we breathe in pain and difficulty, heaviness that others are experiencing. And then we send out light and love and peace and kindness to them. And we send that out through every pore of our body, radiating that outwards. And a little bit just about the practicalities of the Tonglen practice. So we can take Tonglen practice forward into our everyday lives. I think many of us tend to feel overwhelmed when we look around and we see the suffering around the world. It's easier for us to turn away, to avoid things such as homelessness, child poverty, hunger, illness. But Tonglen actually, for me, I find it helps me to be more accepting and then to be able to send out compassion to people who are in pain, people who are ill, people who are experiencing difficulty. And it tends to help us with the overwhelm that we feel if we can feel sometimes a bit guilty or a bit helpless that others are suffering and maybe we're okay. And I've just got some pictures here of our small acts of kindness that we can take out into our communities. So I think Tonglen is a practice which helps us plant the seed of kindness. It enables us, as I said, to be open and to be accepting that people are suffering rather than turning away from what's going on in the world. And we can start to look towards things that we can do, sort of small acts in our own communities, and to send that outwards. We know that kindness is infectious and it radiates out. And just some pictures here. We've got nice beach tidy and soup kitchen, and just all of these different ideas that we can take forward to enable us to feel connected, to know that we're not separate from others, and to send kindness outwards into the world. So that's just a little bit of background about the practice. And hopefully, here we are. I'm now going to invite you to settle in, and if you'd like to join me in the practice, we'll begin. So I just invite you to begin by settling into a comfortable position. So usually we practice Tonglen sitting at ease, but you may prefer to practice lying down if you're unable to sit. Just notice what feels best to you right now. And just ensuring that your body is warm and comfortable. Or maybe soften your gaze if you wish to keep your eyes open. And now to bring us into the practice, I'm going to invite you to listen to the sound of the bell as it rings out, inviting us into stillness. And as you listen to the bell ringing out completely, now bringing awareness to the body as a whole. So noticing the whole of your body, noticing also the spaciousness of the whole of your body. And you might begin by becoming aware of any sensations you feel in the body, and perhaps observing these sensations with a sense of wonder, maybe as if you're watching the stars in the night sky twinkling, and your awareness may shift from one sensation to the next. I'd invite you now to bring a smile to your lips if that feels right to you. Maybe even just smiling at your efforts to practice today, or smiling at the whole of the community as we're practicing together. And allowing this smile to extend upwards to the eyes. Perhaps imagining that you're looking at a small child or baby or pet with kindness, and just noticing what effect that has on the eyes. And then when you're ready, bringing your awareness now to your breath. Just noticing where you feel the breath right now in the body. Maybe notice the air in the nostrils. Maybe the expand and release of the chest. Maybe notice the belly expanding and contracting. And just notice what's happening for you right now. Simply allowing the breath to flow in and out in its own time, at its own rhythm. We're not forcing or controlling the breath. Seeing if you can observe the journey of the breath from the beginning of the inhale to the beginning of the exhale, to the end of the exhale. And just following the breath in your own time for a moment. And if it feels difficult to observe the breath without controlling or counting, you may like to perhaps imagine the waves rolling in on the beach and rolling back out to the ocean again. And simply observing the breath rolling in and rolling out. And now, when you're ready, I'd now like to invite you to connect with your heart space, with the heart center, in the center of your chest, and begin to imagine the breath flowing in and out of the spaciousness of this part of the body. And if it feels better to you, you might like to connect with this part of the body by placing a hand on the chest. Notice the hand rising and falling as you breathe in and out. Feeling the breath flowing in and out of the spaciousness of the heart center. Noticing any changes that take place here. Perhaps you notice some softening or opening of the heart area. Perhaps nothing at all. Whatever happens, that's okay. That's your experience. And now, as you've connected the breath with the heart, with your compassionate, loving, caring center, I'd like to invite you to bring to mind someone who you care about, who may be suffering at the moment. Perhaps someone who's ill or facing hardship or difficulty. Someone whom you'd like to send some kind wishes to. And if nobody comes to mind, you might wish to pick somebody in the world who's facing hardship, or perhaps a group of people or animals. If you're having difficulty choosing, that's okay. Settle with one. You can always come back and practice another time. So bringing this person or group of people or animals to mind. And again, tuning into the heart center. I just invite you to breathe in the challenges and difficulties that they're facing at the moment, taking that in to the heart, and then sending out, as you breathe out, sending them a sense of relief and comfort, peace, kindness, light. And again, breathing in at your own speed. So on the inhale, we're breathing in the difficulties and challenges that this person might be facing right now. And on the exhale, sending out from every pore of the body light, love, kindness, peace. We're not forcing the breath, we're just practicing with the natural rhythm of our own breath. And if anything feels difficult or overwhelming as you're practicing, bringing to mind your own difficulties that you're experiencing. So perhaps there may be sensations or difficult thoughts that pop up. I'd invite you to breathe in your own challenge, your own difficulty, your own suffering. And breathe out a sense of love, light, kindness to this suffering, to this difficulty. Just so breathing in the challenges, the heaviness, the difficulty, into the heart center and sending out love, kindness, peace, light from every pore in the body, radiating out into the spaciousness. And if you are experiencing difficulty or challenge at the moment, I'd invite you now to bring to mind all of the hundreds and thousands of people all across the world who are experiencing the same levels of challenge right now. Bring them to mind alongside yourself. And if it feels right with you, bringing to mind your combined challenge as you breathe that in to the heart center. And perhaps smiling as you breathe out peace, light, love, kindness. And again, breathing in the difficulty, the challenge. And breathing out love, light, peace, kindness, allowing that to radiate out from every pore to all of the others across the world. And one more time, if it feels right with you, breathing in the difficulties and challenges into the heart center and sending back out comfort, peace, kindness, love. And then just allowing your breath to continue at its normal, natural rhythm. Just noticing how you feel. Noticing how that was for you. Perhaps you feel a sense of comfort and sharing kindness and love and allowing it to radiate outwards. Or perhaps you felt something else. Just taking a moment to note, knowing that there are no right or wrong ways to practice. And when you're ready, bringing awareness back to the body as you sit or lie. Perhaps noticing the space around you, becoming aware of any sounds in the room around you. Maybe the sense of the temperature of the air on your skin or on your face. And as I sound the bell to bring us towards the end of our practice, just listening to the bell as it rings out, perhaps giving the fingers and toes a little wiggle as you bring some movement back to the body if it's been still. Excellent, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to practice. I'd love to know how that was for you, if Tonglen is new to you, or if it's something that resonated with you, or maybe you've practiced it before. Interested to hear any comments. I think I can
really
hand
wonderful.
back to you. Oh, thanks, Shamash.
I feel really chilled. Love hearing your voice. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, everybody.
I don't know if you can see the chat, but Vidya says from India. Thank you very much, Elspeth.
Oh, thank you.
Leslie as well. If you've got any questions about it, maybe you could ask as well. But someone from Action is someone from Action and Happiness is saying, I feel like going to sleep, tingling. Trinity says, thank you.
Oh, wow. Someone's saying they practiced before without realizing.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's recommended as part of our daily practice, even just to send out a few breaths at the end of our morning meditation practice. But it's something I started practicing during lockdown back in March and really found it helpful then. So yeah, great.
I'll just read this. Annabelle saying, this was ideal as I went on a silent retreat a couple of weekends ago and read Pema Chodron's book, Start Where You Are. So a chance to put it into practice. Wow, good timing.
Great, super. That's really good.
Stephanie says, thank you, lovely. I've done a similar one called Loving Kindness. Tanya says, thank you. I've done it with the Pema Chodron audio. Ian enjoyed it. Wow, lots of people have really found it beneficial.
Oh, that's really wonderful.
Connectedness. Love the wave analogy, says Emma. Feeling very calm. Vipan. I think Vipan's from India too. That was very relaxing, fantastic and thoughtful exercise, as well as for the breath in and out. Vidya says similar to the Ho'oponopono done for others.
Yeah, I can never say that. yeah, it is quite similar. It's another kindness meditation. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, everybody. That was really nice. Thank you.
Is there anything else you wanted to share before you finish? About your website or your stuff, any stuff like that, or not really at the moment?
Yeah, I'm trying to do as much as I can, mostly online, obviously at the moment, and I mostly operate through my Facebook page, Pause to Be. The website needs a bit of an overhaul, but that'll come.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. And thank you to you too, Shamash, for organising everything again. Super.
Yeah, it's fun. No, thanks for contributing. It's all volunteer.
Thank
Everyone's
you.
volunteering to contribute today, so it's really wonderful. So if you could click on participants now,
Yeah.
and then if you find my name and click on more, and then make me what's it called? Host.
Host. There we go. I'm handing over the power.
Great.
There you
Great.
go.
Great.
Super. Thanks, Shamash. Was that?
Awesome. Wonderful. Well, thank you. Really enjoyed that. Let me see if I can turn my video on now.
Go off.
Yes, I think I can.
I'm trying to leave.
I can help you
Be
leave.
here all day.
I'm trying to leave. Once you're out, it's hard to get in. Once you're in, I think your audio. I think you kind of left now. Wonderful. Okay. I wonder why my video is not coming on. There we go. There we go. Wonderful. So what's next? Let's see what's next in store for us. Oh, yay. Journaling. This is such a nice balance of gifted talks, isn't it? From a professor now, and then we had lovely Tonglen practice. And now we're going to learn about journaling. Jacqueline, the journaling. Okay, so let's see if I can. First, I'll stop sharing. Then I'll click on Jacqueline. There we go. Oh, I think your audio is on now.
Yeah, the audio's on. It says you can't start your video because the host has stopped it. So,
Are you ready to be the host?
yeah. As long as I don't have to touch any more buttons while I'm doing the presentation.
Okay, so you're the host now. I can turn off the spotlight for me. Oh, Elspeth is still there. I think you're the host now. So did you have some presentation to share or something?
No, I'm not going to dare. I had some music for later on, but I don't want to touch anything.
Okay. I think you
while
can
I'm
turn your video. I think you can turn your video on now.
Okay. All right.
It should work.
Yes.
There we go. There we go.
Right.
So yeah, so is it okay if I pass it over to you and you can talk to us?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thank you. So just a very brief introduction. I think you've been a wonderful part of our community. You've contributed in so many different ways, which I really appreciate.
Thank you.
And looking forward to doing another workshop on journaling, and this time leaning towards kindness. So over to you.
Okay, well, it sort of follows on quite well from everything that's been spoken about already. I'd like to start by talking a little bit about kindness, and then we'll spend 10 minutes or so journaling. Now, yesterday, my mother had a hospital appointment and I offered to take her. And as I wasn't allowed into the hospital area because of the COVID restrictions, I said I'd wait outside, and she was quite worried because it was cold. And I said, no, that's fine. Don't worry. I'll go for a walk round. So I went for a walk round the block and thinking about Mindfulness Day, and came back in front of the hospital. And as I stood there watching people come and go, and they were all, wearing their masks and all, wrapped up in their coats, I thought, simple acts of kindness being carried on right in front of us every day, if we choose to look. For example, I was watching as a Red Cross car pulled up, and the volunteer got out and went round to the passenger side to help out a very elderly patient. And I was struck by his manner, because he was chatting to the lady as she got out, helping her out. And I heard her laugh. And even though she was clearly having difficulty walking, and he even helped her to adjust her face mask before she went into the hospital area. And he seemed very kind, and he was taking his time, and you know, it was lovely to see. He wasn't in a rush, and he enjoyed, obviously clearly enjoyed what he was doing. And then a little while later, someone else came out, and she hugged her parents who'd been sitting waiting for her outside in the cold. And I heard her apologize to them and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I've been in there for such a long time. You know, there was a queue, I had to wait." And they said, "Oh, don't worry, that's fine." Even though they'd clearly been sitting on the bench for quite a long time, because I'd seen them when I'd dropped my mum off. And it struck me again, and I was thinking about it. I was thinking, there's just kindness is just everywhere, and it's in the little gestures that we see. It's not always in the great big gestures, but we do have to take time to look and notice. And as Shamash said earlier, many of us would love to do some great big act of kindness to make the world a better place, and we tend to think this has to be something huge, something really big, you know, a huge donation of money or some grand scheme, you know, setting up a hospital, and we often underestimate how much we can make a difference, just ourselves, starting with those little acts of kindness towards ourselves. We can't nourish other people if we're undernourished ourselves, as it were. It always makes me smile on the aircraft when they always say, you know, put in the event of loss of cabin pressure, you know, your mask will drop down. Please tend to your own mask first before helping other people. And when you first hear that, it does seem counterintuitive, but then it really does make sense, because you know, you wouldn't be able to help anyone if you were completely passed out. So the same comes with kindness. If we haven't been treated with kindness, and if we don't treat ourselves with kindness, then it's very difficult for us to show any kindness towards other people. Since March, we've been hearing a lot about creating these, you know, social bubbles that we can live in to take care of each other. And I'd like to use this image of a bubble and extend it to create kindness bubbles. Now, these kindness bubbles don't have any boundaries. So, you know, you can have more than 5 or 6 people in your kindness bubble, and they can keep expanding forever, just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I'd like to think of the idea that each kindness bubble begins with us. We create it, and we're at the center of our own bubble. To make that bubble grow, we have to be kind to ourselves first. And this creates a very strong sense of well-being, and we can expand the bubble to include others around us, as in the loving kindness meditation. We can extend it to friends and family, pets, animals, strangers, the environment, and all the living things on the planet. And these acts of kindness can be very small acts of kindness. They don't need to be huge acts of kindness, because just one small act of kindness can extend and grow. So this idea of this, you know, beautiful bubble of kindness expanding out to include everything and to include the whole world. And if each of us does that, then we can almost, if you'd like to try and picture the bubble expanding and spreading out, and everybody else's bubble, that they're also creating a kindness bubble, is also spreading out and expanding. And eventually all this kindness will merge and become, you know, much more beautiful, and a beautiful kind energy, and towards each other and towards everything. So what we're going to do today is we're going to create a kindness bubble, and we're going to do it through journaling. And it's a little bit like, imagine like the meditation, but you know, doing it through writing, through our thoughts, which follows on beautifully from Elspeth's meditation, because I think, you know, it involves the same concept. That this time we're going to think of the act of self-kindness. And journaling is an act of self-kindness, because it's a way of getting in touch with our thoughts and feelings. A lot of the ladies that come to the journaling group that I do, they say, well, you know, this time of the week is my act of self-care. It's my self-care time because I can connect with myself and thoughts and feelings. So if you've got a pen and paper handy, you're going to need that now. If you can get that ready. Mine here. And then just going to take a little bit of time. I'd like you to imagine yourself at the center of this small bubble. It's your bubble that you're creating. And you're going to think of ways that you can be kind to yourself from today, or even starting right now. And you're going to make this kindness bubble grow. So you're going to begin by writing down things that you can do for yourself. And it could be something very, very simple, like putting on a pair of thick woolly socks on a cold day to keep your toes warm, or giving yourself time to read before bed. And starting with yourself, you write down as many ideas as you can think of. And if you can't think of many, then just one. And then move on to include ways that you can be kind to other people. Again, start with the people that are in your social bubble inside your family. How can you show kindness towards them? A simple act like phoning somebody to ask how they are, sending a card, sending an email. And then after you finish doing that, you're going to move on to other people around you, people like strangers. And it could even be someone that you see regularly, but you don't really have much contact with, like somebody in the petrol station. And think of a way that you could show kindness towards them, like smiling, stopping for conversation, just gifting that time, your time. And then moving out to living things and creatures and the environment. Again, it doesn't need to be some huge environmental act. It can be something as simple as spending more time recycling or consuming less. So what we'll do is we'll journal for 10 minutes, and then at the end we'll take a little bit of time for a reflection and see if anybody would like to share. We'll do that in silence. If you want to put some music on, then feel free to do so. I don't want to touch anything, because if I've got this power of being the host, then I don't want to mess up the whole webinar. So I won't touch any, I'm not going to touch any buttons. Okay, so let's start now and create our bubbles of kindness. And might even help just to sketch a little stick man or lady or person in the middle, and then go from there. Okay. Okay, just one more minute. Okay, so that's reached the end of that little journaling session there, journaling for kindness, making the kindness bubble. Can you still hear me, Shamash? I wasn't sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I've been journaling away.
Been journaling away, you're very quiet.
Yeah, it's been really fun, actually. Love the idea of the kindness bubble.
Yeah.
And beautiful
yeah.
theme for kindness. I'm just seeing if there's any questions before I start asking
Okay.
my questions. There's some links there. Yeah, no, I was wondering, so can you say a little bit about your group? You said you do journaling with some ladies or something?
Yes, well, it all started from, it actually started on World Mindfulness Day when I did the talk, and then people showed quite a lot of interest in that. So I set up an introductory workshop online, which people attended, and then they still wanted more. So I set up a 4-week workshop where we explored things like finding your flow, how to deal with difficult emotions that arise from journaling. What else do we do? Using your journal for setting intentions, and also a little bit of reflection, how to reflect mindfully on your journal. So all of the key pillars of mindfulness flow throughout the journaling practice. And now we meet twice a week. That's on a Monday morning and a Thursday evening online, and we do some journaling. We have a chat, and we journal, and then we do a little meditation to close. So it's been really good fun.
Yeah, I never heard of this idea of group journaling, but it makes so much sense. Is it something you've made up, or have you heard about it before?
No, it's just sort of happened. It's just sort of grown.
Love it.
Yeah, it's funny, really. It's just sort of, all the things you try and think of, all the ideas you try and come up with, and then something just sort of grows naturally. And I thought, because I've journaled very, quite a lot in my own life, and gradually through doing mindfulness, I've decided to, naturally incorporating, mindfulness techniques and ideas and reflection, stepping back a little bit. I've found that's been really, really helpful, and which is why I offered to give that talk on Mindfulness Day. And then the feedback that I've been getting is people have found it very helpful. And also journeying in the group, I mean, people are welcome to leave their cameras off or the audio off, but some people started with the cameras off, and then gradually over the weeks they've actually just joined in. So it's been really, really helpful.
That's brilliant. Yeah, I like that. And I enjoyed the theme today of, you said, I think, kindness to self, to those close to us, and then strangers. So gave a nice theme when I was doing my journaling, and I ended up getting ideas and stuff. But in a way, because I'm thinking that there's things that we often do are recommended to do on our own. So it's like mindfulness, gratitude, journaling. They come to mind, but all of them can be done in groups, can't they? You could obviously practice meditation in groups.
Yeah.
You can do the journaling now in groups you've shown, and then gratitude practice. I'm guessing you may be doing that in your group as well.
Yes. Yeah. We say to people to try and incorporate that into the journaling, especially if you've had a particularly difficult day and your journaling's ended up being quite negative, which it can do at times, and just to sort of try and end on a positive note. But what I've found through being part of the daily mindfulness community, for example, is, I don't know, you just get it's sort of it just gives you that sense of community that, and it's fun to do things together and you support each other. And it's also a little bit of accountability as well, because as you said earlier, sometimes you don't, you make a promise yourself, yeah, I'm going to get up every day and meditate, but you don't do it. But then when you've got a little group to go to and, a few jokes here and there and things, it's lovely and it's supportive.
Yeah, and
So,
that's a
yeah.
really good point. Yeah. The social thing is so important. So if you can link that with journaling, it's very powerful. So Elspeth says, that's wonderful, Jacqueline. Thank you. Love the idea of our kindness bubbles merging. I came up with a lot more self-care ideas. So thank you for encouraging that.
Oh, that's
Emma
good.
says,
Thank you.
I love the idea of mini journaling too. I get some benefit from journaling and I take the time to do it, but it doesn't happen enough, as it takes me half an hour to write 3 pages the artist's way.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a mashup of the tiny habits you talked about earlier and the journaling.
Yeah.
It's a good mashup.
Yeah.
Vidya says, I like the idea of more and more bubbles emanating from the bubble of kindness towards self. They're expansive. That's a good way of thinking about it.
Yeah.
And Christine says, lots of kindness bubbles all merging and becoming one huge mindfulness bubble.
Yeah, it's good. It's like the idea of the ripples joining as well, that we often use that idea in meditation.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
And ripples is not, it's a phenomenon of nature, isn't it? Bubbles as well as ripples. You just literally just drop something in some water, you get these amazing circles. That I don't know if you've ever done that, where you go to a big lake or something and you could throw a stone right in the middle or somewhere, and it just goes out so far. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Stephanie says, thanks Jacqueline. Love the idea of group journaling. The kindness bubbles are a super idea. I like the story you shared about kindness being everywhere. That was a really good story. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. I think as well, I think we have to be prepared to show our vulnerability as well, in being kind. Sometimes we try to be kind to people and you don't always know how it's going to be taken. And especially kindness towards ourselves as well, just sort of taking that step to be kind and try and spread that kindness around to everybody.
Yeah. Awesome, great. Let me see. I think I've worked out a way of becoming the host. I click this. Yes, I'm the host now. So you can...
Okay, that's safe. Okay, well, thanks very much, Shamash. It's been lovely taking part.
Thank you. And how can people get in touch? Let's say if they want to join that group that you mentioned.
Yeah, if you go to my website, well, the easiest way is to contact me through my website, which is gotomindfulness.com.
Okay.
I'll put it in the chat in a moment.
So go to the website, go to mindfulness.
Yeah, go to mindfulness.
It's the go-to place to go.
Yeah, I'll pop it in the chat. Thanks, Shamash.
Yeah, pop it in the chat as well. And it's also on the Eventbrite page, which people use to sign up, so you can find it there too.
All right. Okay.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that. Excellent. So now what do we have next? Let's have a look. Oh yes, we have Calvin. So this is just flowing so nicely, isn't it? We've been doing the journaling and we were kind of working on our stories, and now we're going to have a little talk or experience about why stories can make kindness go viral. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah, fascinating stuff. Okay, let's see if I can find Calvin's there. Okay, Calvin, I'm gonna make you the host because that's the only way this seems to work. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
You ready to receive hostage?
Hostage received.
You're now a
Who's got all the hostages?
You're not a hostage, you're a hostage.
Yeah, nice to see you. How are you?
Yeah, good. How are you keeping?
Pretty good. Good. Thanks.
Yeah,
pretty good. Looking forward to the rest of the day, and I just caught a little bit of that previous talk, which was beautiful. So it's all full of kindness today.
Yeah, it is actually. It creates a good warm feeling, and it's a nice way because we were doing some journaling. I don't know if you had the session, but we were doing journaling about kindness and talking about different themes. And I guess people had different stories coming up for them that they were writing down. So this is like a perfect transfer from that to what you're about to share. And then the reason I was I kind of paused a bit before I passed on to you is because I was reading an article yesterday because of your title is brilliant, how kindness can go viral through stories. And I was looking online at how a virus can spread, an actual normal, a real virus can spread, but also the way stories spread on social media. And they spread in a very similar way, apparently. So when you say that a story is going viral, it spreads in the same way as almost like an infection going viral. And they also say, you know, emotions spread as well. So there must be some kind of nature's pattern in the way these things spread. And so, who knows, you might make kindness go viral today.
Well, I mean, I actually chose that title because I thought it would send you on a research project, which it did. So that's great.
You know me too well.
I just knew. I thought, I bet you Shamash is going to go and research this.
What can I do to keep him busy? Excellent. Well, thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it. And I'll pass it over to you. You're welcome to share what you want.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, well, hello, everybody. My name is Calvin Niles, and I'm going to talk today about why stories can make kindness go viral. I'm not going to use slides. I'm just going to talk, and we're going to have a conversation. And then we're going to do a little bit of meditation at the end, and then I'll invite some Q&A, as I usually do. So what makes stories so, I suppose, contagious? And how does that overlap with kindness? So I'm going to actually talk a little bit about why that's the case. So the first thing I want to talk about actually is, share a story. What's the better way to prove why stories are so contagious than by sharing one, right? And one of my favorite stories of all time is called The Wise Woman. And it starts with this wise woman, of course, who was trundling through the mountains one day, and she stumbled across a stone. And she stumbled across this really precious stone. She picked it up and plopped it in her bag. Okay. So it's her ordinary route. The next day, she was walking through the mountains. She encountered a beggar. So the beggar approaches her and he says, excuse me, miss, please, can I have something to eat? Can I have some change? Can you help? So she says, oh, of course. And as soon as she opens her bag to give him her last sandwich, he saw the precious stone in her bag. And he then went, actually, thought to himself, if I get that precious stone, I'll be set for life. Actually, can I not have the sandwich? Can I have the precious stone instead? So without batting an eyelid, the woman says, of course you can. And she gave him the precious stone and kept the sandwich. So off he goes, happy as Larry, and he's really enjoying his day. And he's thinking, blimey, I'm set up for life here, I've got everything made. And then something struck him and he went, I need to catch her tomorrow and I need to ask her a question. So he goes back to her the next day in the mountains and he saw her and he asked her, he says, excuse me, I really have to ask you a question. Yesterday, you offered me this precious stone and I really thought I'd be set for life here, but I want to return it to you. And I want you to give me instead the quality in you that allowed you to give it to me in the first place. And this is really the epitome of kindness. This idea that we have within us, the gem itself wasn't the stone, the gem is in us. And this is part of the reason why I think not only kindness, but stories overlap and why they're so contagious. Because of course, her generosity, her kindness has changed the way he perceived and received things thereafter. So what's really interesting here is, just an interesting statistic, is that 23% cortisol fall has been recorded in some research in people who are kind. Those of us who demonstrate kindness are actually lowering our stress as a result. And there's a 44% chance of us actually living longer, or should I say our chances of dying are decreased by 44%, according to Christine Carter, who wrote the book on raising happiness. So what I'm saying is that we have this not only innate ability and gem inside of us to be kind, to share, and to demonstrate that in our actions, but it is actually contagious. So that leads me on to my next point about giving and just giving. I want to share a story with you of my son. So my son, he's 14 now, and you know, I started doing this activity with him annually as part of our giving back work. You know, every Christmas, you know, they get, for, you know, thanks to their mum, of course, gives them all these presents and spoils them, which is fantastic. And me, who their mum used to call Scrooge once upon a time, which is obviously not true. But I do have this thing about really valuing the ability to receive and give simultaneously. So I wanted to take my son on an experience. So there is this thing that happens once a year, as in it's a generous group of people have taken this concept from the US, I believe, and started to do it in the UK, and it's called Basket Brigade. And some of you may have heard about Basket Brigade before. So if you haven't, what Basket Brigade is it's something that started in the US around Thanksgiving, if I'm not mistaken. And what you essentially do is people who are needy and people who don't have, you create these baskets of goods. In America, I think when it started, it was around Thanksgiving. But for us, we themed it around Christmas in the UK. And a lot of generous people get together and devote their time to creating a special Christmas for those people in need. And it's a huge logistical exercise. You know, I just go as a participant, but I took my son. And I mean, I think at least 1,000 people must show up each year. And, you know, everyone descends on this campus, you know, it's highly organized, or, you know, reasonably organized, but people get together and they get roles and they make these Christmas baskets to then deliver at the end of the day after a whole day of putting these things together. And I'm talking, you know, thousands of baskets get made. So I took my son with me, and, you know, of course, it's the festive spirit, you know, it's fantastic. And everyone's like, you know, singing and cheering, and the organizers are on the tannoy, and everybody is really in a loving space. And, you know, everybody just is so, I think, touchy-feely with each other, because people are just feeling so much love, you know. And I volunteer to be one of the drivers. So I take my son with me, and we go and deliver these baskets at the end of the day. Now, not everybody drives and delivers, not everybody has the time or the capability, but I wanted my son to see the act of giving, not just packing the baskets and having the jolly time, but the act of giving. So off we go, and we went to a few different houses. I think we probably delivered 3 or 4 baskets on the way back home. And this woman opened the door. Well, first, actually, it was a man who opened the door. He couldn't speak English properly. I think he might have spoken like a Russian language or something sounding like that. And he then called his daughter. So she comes and she says, "What is this?" And I said, "Well, it's just a gift for you. I'm just a delivery driver." And she says, "Well, who sent it? This is the 3rd year we've got this." And she got really antsy, and she was not pleased that these gifts were being given to her, but she didn't know who they were coming from, and so on and so forth. And my son, who at the time was, I think, 12, he looked taken aback. Of course, he was expecting this woman to just be like, "Oh, thank you so much," so on and so forth. You know, "This is so amazing." Oh, you know, and this was great experience for him and for me, to just remind ourselves that the act of giving is purest when it is not in expectation of something back. And that really hit home for my son in that experience, which was, I suppose, the bigger lesson, that we just ought to give. And when we give, that spreads, as I made with my first point, in the way of contagion, such as the law of nature and viruses, as Shamash rightly points out. So why does this all happen? Why does the act of giving, even when the recipient is unaware, even when the recipient isn't terribly happy, even when they don't care, that's irrelevant, because this kindness, the element of kindness, is done because the gem is inside of us, just like the wise woman. And I am sure that that ripples out across other people's behavior. And why does it do that? So kindness then and stories work hand in hand, right? They click together and they overlap in a way, in a, I suppose, a chemical way, in the way we respond. So I want to talk about just 4 quick chemicals in the body that you might have heard, and many of you are practitioners and people who work in this space, or people who pay attention to well-being. And we know that neuroscience has been advancing, and we've heard about serotonin, we've heard about endorphins, we've heard about dopamine, we've heard about oxytocin as being key drivers of wonderful, loving behavior, well-being, and happiness. So we actually can share that now with this public knowledge that kindness is a big generator of oxytocin, the cuddle chemical. And we know that is such a big part of empathy in the way stories are told. When stories are told and we share ourselves authentically, and we have a person or a character whose experience is identifiable, we are seeing the same responses in the human body. And that increases our chances of wanting to share even more. The propensity to give and to be kind to someone else is increased. So they say that, you know, a problem share is a problem halved, and a joy share is a joy doubled. It is like kindness is one of those few things that when you share it, it actually increases, you know. And stories are very similar in the same way. So it's my contention that we should be using stories then and kindness together. We should be using and sharing stories of kindness, not in a braggadocious way, not in a way to say, oh, well done me, look how amazing I did, but because we know that stories matter. Stories matter to the way we think, the way we feel, the way we interpret the world. And if we want kindness to spread, we have to share those stories too. Endorphins are closely linked to both stories and to sharing and kindness and demonstrating kindness. And we've seen that, you know, the 2 E's, endorphins and oxytocin. So endorphins, oxytocin are 2 key chemicals that we know that come from kindness and stories as well. There is some stuff about serotonin, which we know is the well-being chemical. It's this thing that looks after our mood and brings the sunshine in the winter. You know, I mean, it's quite a nice day actually now, which is good, because it was very gray this morning, and I was hoping for some kindness to rain down. So we got some of that. So this is the second point then. We just give because we know that it shares, that it spreads, that it doubles when we share. I'm actually just going to share my screen with you because I want to share a couple of things that have happened which I think might interest you. Just get that up. So this is Carlos Davis, and he is a comedian in America, and this is a story of a random act of kindness. And he's a let me just bring that up properly for you. All right, that's probably better. So this guy pulls up to a petrol station in America, and he saw this woman paying for petrol with pennies, and he saw her crying and in distress. So he and his friend, he went over to her and he says, "Let me help you with your cost of your bill." And she says, "Oh, thank you so much." You know, and she, you know, this is an actual picture of her from his profile on Twitter. And she says, "Thank you so much. Thank you so much. How did you know?" And he says, "Well, how did you know what?" She says, well, my husband died last week and I'm experiencing a lot of difficulty. Of course, she's in emotional turmoil. And this guy and his friend were able to alleviate some of that pain through just random generosity, random act of kindness. Here's another story in Australia. This was in 2015. And a man was running for the train and he slipped and he fell and he got caught.
Your slides are not showing actually. I don't know. Do you have slides there?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm sure. Isn't that what can you see?
Just see you.
No. Oh, okay. Let me try sharing that again, shall I?
Try unsharing it and sharing it again.
All right. Okay. Thanks for pointing that out. Thank you.
It's okay.
I'll try that again.
There we go. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Can you see the full picture, or are you seeing? What are you seeing?
I can see your things underneath as well, your notes. So if you click that, click on that.
Right, lovely. Okay, I'll just recap then. So as I was talking about Carlos, this is Carlos that you can see here, and Carlos is the comedian who encountered this woman going through her distress, and he was able to save her from some turmoil when she was trying to pay with the pennies. So catching up to where I was, this is in Australia, and this guy was running for a train. He slipped, he fell, and he got caught between the train and the platform. And through the random generosity and kindness of the people around, they all muscled in, and they essentially pushed this train to get this man out. Quite incredible, really. And something even more recent. So this guy here, the one who you can see in the front, sort of looking back and grimacing, he is a Spanish triathlete who was actually just competing in Toronto in September. And the guy behind him is sort of gesturing, kind of like, oh my God, hey, what's going on? He'd taken a wrong turn in this marathon, in this race. And the guy was actually winning before he took the wrong turn. So the Spanish triathlete actually stopped right at the finish line and let the guy take his rightful place in front through this kindness. And he received all these plaudits for it, and it became such an infectious story. And these are 3 stories that have infected Twitter, Facebook, social media, even the mainstream news channels showed these things. So the reason why I'm sharing that is because even the big things that we see matter, but especially the little things. And the way we can be more sharing and kindful in our activities, it doesn't have to be the big things like that. It only takes the tiny tweaks. It only takes the small acts of opening the door for someone or helping somebody up the stairs, And finally, then, I just want to say, so just recapping, so we know that actually stories and kindness are contagious. We've seen that stories and kindness generate the same responses in the body, and they tend to infect us, and we want to share in the river of the chemicals that we're experiencing. And secondly, just give. Doesn't matter whether the person is demonstrating how grateful they are where they're at, but we can just fight little things. It doesn't have to be those big fantastic things like moving a train or paying for someone's dinner, even though you can do that as well. And if you can move a train, brilliant. I mean, you might be on something special there, but just those tiny little things and acts of kindness can really help to make the world a better place. My last point then is there is a very close link, and I'm sure you heard this before earlier this morning, between gratitude and kindness. And the more gratitude that we practice is the more kind and the more inclined to be kind that we actually are. So I'd like to just spend a couple of minutes then, maybe 3 minutes or so, just taking a little breathing space meditation and tapping into our gratitude in this moment right now. So wherever you are tuning into this talk, I'd like you to just be present and engaged for the next 3 minutes, whatever you might be doing if you can. Making a definite change to your posture, to be alert. And when you're ready, just close your eyes. Just tune into your breath now, as it is, without changing anything at all. Noticing the breath as you inhale. Just noticing if your breathing is deep or shallow, however it might be. And as you exhale, just paying attention as the breath exits the body. You start to notice your natural breathing rhythm. Feeling your body settling into a nice place of calm. I'd like you to bring to mind one thing that you're grateful for in this moment. It might be a relationship. It might be something as simple as your next breath. It might be something that happened recently for you in your life. Just tuning in to that one thing that you can focus your mind on. You're grateful for something, even the smallest thing. Just holding that in mind as you breathe in. Breathing in with gratitude. And as you exhale, making space for opportunity to be grateful again at the next inhalation. Grateful that we can always take these moments to stop, be present with ourselves, remind ourselves for those things that we're grateful for. As you take your next breath, just make a long, deep inhalation on this next breath. And exhale fully, feeling your body softening and alive with gratitude in this moment. When you're ready, feel free to open your eyes. And come back after we've just taken a small opportunity to just touch our sense of gratitude, which awakens the kind potential that lies within all of us. And I would encourage you to share stories of kindness, whether they're your own experience, whether they're someone else's experience, because stories and kindness spread in very similar ways. Good. So I'd like to invite you then to ask any questions or engage in whatever way might be right. And I don't know if Shamash, if I need to hand back to you or.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you very much for that session. Wow, it was, I think I did this basket brigade. I definitely did it a few years ago. We might have both been at the same event because it was quite a while ago. But I remember you brought back amazing memories, and nice to think about that dose, the dopamine and the oxytocin, and how it links to all that, and amazing stories. So I really enjoyed that. Let's see, someone his life got saved when Ken Ravenscroft saved my life when I got into trouble in a swimming pool when I was 6, says somebody in the chat. I never thanked him. I wish I had done so. Eva says, thank you, Calvin. Always love your stories.
Thank you.
Elspeth says, thanks, Calvin. Great to hear you speaking again. That was lovely meditation. I love that you've encouraged your son to give. It's so easy for them to get too much.
Tell me about it.
Great voice, says Leslie.
Thanks,
and Reggie says, thanks. That was great.
Reggie, thank you.
Excellent. No, I really like that. Those stories are really. I was amazed about that train. So did they actually manage to do it? They lifted.
Yeah, just by sheer elbow grease, determination, and the coming together of the people, which is a beautiful thing about it. It's like one person and another, then another, and everybody just sees the potential to free this person. Yeah. And they literally, just out of guile and sheer determination and togetherness, was able to lift the side of the train.
Wow.
I mean, it probably just needed a little bit, but they freed this guy. It's quite incredible. It was 6 years ago, but it's still a remarkable tale. And
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you can Google that and you'll see a lot of random acts of kindness like that, which is like, for me, it's like a double whammy, right? I mean, I haven't seen any research into this, but I'm going to just believe it for myself because I like the idea. If you're kind and you get all of these well-being chemicals flowing through the body and feel-good chemicals, which are good for us to proliferate kindness, and stories do the same thing, then I'm going to argue that actually you're doubling the effect when you share it in a story.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you're doing them both, and people ought to do this more to spread the kindness. And this is one of the reticence about sharing stories. People sometimes feel maybe I shouldn't share that because that's bragging, or maybe I shouldn't talk about that because, well, actually, why are we sharing this? We're sharing this to make kindness go viral.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's fascinating, isn't it? It's a really fascinating topic. I wish we could discuss it more. Maybe we can do a whole mini event or something about the whole idea of stories and kindness and mindfulness and how we can share stories more effectively, and which ones. And I can understand how sometimes people do an act of kindness and they don't want to share it as well. I can also understand that there's something beautiful about that, but there's also great beauty in sharing stories too. So I think maybe there's a bit of a balance to be struck there.
Absolutely.
There's lots of cool comments coming through. Stomach says, thank you, Calvin. I always thought to share what acts of kindness you do would come across as bragging, but you make a great point. Sharing is caring. Absolutely. I think one way of thinking about it is like, do we enjoy reading stories of kindness? Do we enjoy receiving them? And I think almost everyone would say, yeah, we'd love receiving them. So then almost we need to be on the other side from time to time too, and be the giver of those stories of kindness so that others can receive them as well. So
absolutely.
Thank you for sharing the event with us. Emma says, if Stephanie is here, thank you for sharing the event with us today. So glad I've been able to come. Excellent. So next is your friend Reggie. I think you might be able to, can you see him on the list there? If you click on participants, might be able to.
Yeah, I can see.
You can see that
he's there.
Can you make him into a host? and
Make host. Do you want to change host? Yes, I do. Done. Thanks so much.
okay, you're welcome.
Okay, there I am.
Reggie.
Thank you, Calvin. That was great. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Oh, thank you for coming on. Thank you for coming on. How are you doing? So actually, let me just introduce you to the audience. So this is Reggie Adams, the author and visionary and future thinker. So I'll let you tell us a little bit about you, Reggie.
Okay, thank you, Calvin. Thank you. Well, yeah, Reggie Adams. I'm a political theorist. I've just completed my book, What the World Needs Now. And it's very relevant to what we're doing here today with the World Kindness Day. If I may share my screen, I'll just go through it's a slideshow. It helps keep me rooted to my points. Otherwise, I go off on all kinds of tangents. So if I may, can I share my?
Absolutely.
my
Over to you,
screen?
Reggie. I will just go into the audience. Nice to see you
Thanks,
again.
Calvin. Thank you. You too. So, just going to go through my presenter screen here. Oh, I'm going to. Can you see my screen?
Hi there, Reggie. Yeah, we can see your screen, but it looks like we can't see it full screen. I think.
Okay, so I need to share it with the advanced mode of just the portion of the screen. There we are. Yep.
Wow. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Okay. So on World Kindness Day, my position on it is that my focus is really how we nurture kindness within society. So there's so much that we can do to project kindness in our actions every day, in the hope that that will influence others, behaviors of others. But I do think we have to start thinking about it in our society, and in particular, bring it alive as a concept in our political arena. Because if you ask anyone, really, should there be more kindness in society, there will be an overwhelming yes to this. There's no one that's going to kind of stand there disagreeing and saying, no, I think kindness is a bad thing for society. It is a universally agreeable concept. If only we can promote it more within the political arena. Now, once we have a universal agreeable position, that brings out collaboration in people. But our political constructs tend to be divisive. They're based on a sort of Socratic or Platonic dialogue method that is divisive in its nature. So we think of politics as something that divides us, but really we have to refocus on what the role of politics is in society, and focus on where we want to be taken as a society. And that's where we build the kindness in. That's where we envisage how we introduce like well-being in society. Because it's if you're saying, we should all be more kind, it's idealistic thinking. I don't dismiss that we are at all able to do it, but when you talk about it as a political idea, people just dismiss it straight away as a too idealistic thinking. And of course, I don't, because I've dug down into it, and I've got a whole book's worth of ideas based on if we do start thinking that way, how we start building compassion in society. Now, I don't dismiss that political theorists in the past have been motivated by these ideas. If you read John Locke's essay on human understanding, or Adam Smith's theory of moral sentiment, you'll find these an outpouring of compassion for people, and they promote the very virtue of kindness in society. And if you look at William Beveridge's Beveridge Report, it's a testament to human kindness. It was completed in an era where Britain was reconstructing itself after the war, and at a time where people were unified in rebuilding their communities, their societies, and their lives after the devastation of war. So it has, you know, been there, what we've been working towards as human civilizations. But I suggest that there's other ideas that have crept in that are taking us in the wrong direction more recently. And that has to be sort of pointed out. There was a period of change in the late 70s going into the 80s where we adopted what's now become known as neoliberalism. And these ideas, I think at the time, the idea that it would create economic growth, therefore abundance, and therefore it would give us tax revenue and all kinds of things for distributing that wealth to people that needed it. So I don't dismiss that the ideas of the time were for the benefit of society. But I think after 40 years of really adopting those mostly economic principles, I don't think it's taken us in the right direction. And I think we have to be aware, and we have to take ourselves off of that path and back towards something that is genuinely taking us towards a position of well-being for individuals and for society as a whole. So this, the neoliberalism has really deconstructed a lot of what we had been working towards the welfare state, towards society agreeing to build safety nets and look after people at their most vulnerable. But the neoliberal theory has worked its way in, and it's the prevailing theory, even on the left. You know, it's still the economic policies that support this neoliberal economic theory, and we have to sort of start to debunk it now. We've got 30, 40 years of data where we have to start seeing what's going on and then adjusting and reviewing that economic theory. So if you look at most of the world's largest organization, the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, they all insist, if they're supporting a development in a country, they insist on a certain set of neoliberal principles. And again, I don't think it's serving the people in those countries. So if you look at Britain, for example, just the wealth divide is increased. From that turning point in 79, where these policies were adopted, you can see at a glance there's charts like this all over the world. But when these theories start being adopted into economic policy, and it's devastating the world, as we know. The largest corporations are doing okay from the theory, but people are suffering, and as we all know, the planet is suffering. People are thrown into further hardship, to poverty and debt, and it's destroying the environment. We know that, and it's destroying the environment mostly, you know, because we're not collectively organizing ourselves to build the constructs within which capitalism, free market economics works. And largely that's due to the archaic, really, nature of our democratic systems, that they haven't really evolved in centuries, you know, and it's proving to really support those who have most to gain out society, those who profit most from what everybody does in their society. So we know that lobbying is a multi-billion-dollar business, you know, all over the world. We know that MPs directly work for other interests outside their job as an MP. We know that political campaigns are funded by those corporations who will benefit most from the policies that the party will produce. And we know that think tanks particularly right-wing think tanks, are funded by big business to produce information, the information through tabloid media, largely Baron owned. So there's, we have to be aware of the encroachment of the needs of corporations in our democratic system, and we have to also overcome that. So one thing that we should, there should be hope for, though, is that there is a whole school of thought born out of how we help developing countries in particular, but how countries can identify areas of human well-being and specifically transfer resources to helping communities and their populations out on a number of levels: education, health, just general infrastructure. And so countries are starting to, from this school of thought, countries are starting to look at their own achievements in terms of human development across a number of indices. And this is an area, a school of thought, where that I think gives us hope. And it's largely driven by the work of charities, of pushing this agenda. What do people need? Where do they need it? And then that having an influence on the political arena. And it is really where we convert wealth to welfare, or to the well-being of people. And it's an alternative, really, to measuring the success of a nature in terms of GDP, which was only really meant for how investable the country is. But so this school of thought, there's several international organizations that work on these ideas, and it is really how to identify areas of in society where we can increase the well-being of people in society. The OECD, for example, have a better life index, and they identify a number of categories, and then so they can narrow down specifically where they need to help people. Douglas Bill's SEDA, 10 Dimensions of Well-being, is another way of categorizing how we define and measure well-being in society. There's some work there's the UN Millennium Development Goals, very specific goals. There's the Martha Nussbaum, a political theorist, and Amartya Sen have a capabilities approach, very similar sort of approach. But I'm suggesting that this whole school of thought is not just a sort of sideline that's emerged over the last couple of decades, really. I suggest this is a whole new political theory, and it could be put into practice. And that's why I've dug down into it in my book. So I've given it a name. I'm sort of calling it out, and helping to sort of identify it, expose it a little bit, and to suggest this is what we need to rally around, as a 21st century political theory. I've given it the name political humanism. Now, others may identify it at some point and call it something else, but for now, this is how I refer to it. And it is really, you define it by saying that there are agreeable positions to people in society to collaborate on a series of defined agreeable societal objectives. And I categorize them into 12 areas, 12 general areas. Each one of these can be further broken down into certain, it's made up of whole other factors. So if you take education, for example, it's an agreeable position that we want society to be better educated, but it's not just sort of exam results at school leaving age or university results. It's how perhaps the school leavers, the university leavers are adapted to the job market, perhaps, but also for the individual, how that individual is empowered or reaching a point of self-actualization, or how they're prepared socially, emotionally, or prepared for citizenship. If the education is providing the nation with its entrepreneurs, inventors, innovators, so that society itself progresses, so that we see some human progress. So each one of these main categories is made up of, a whole series of factors. And essentially that's what, that's the core of my writing. And I call that, this is my book, What the World Needs Now. I don't know if some of you recognize that, that's the Burt Bacharach song. And it is the principle of, what the world needs now. And if you know the song, the answer to that is love, sweet love. And it's really building these core principles into economic theory. Because as soon as you say it, it just sounds too idealistic unless you work it through, unless you say exactly what it means specifically. And by identifying what well-being is in society, what it means for the individual, for society as a whole, you can be quite specific and detailed of what that means for policy, what that means for institutional organization, etc. So this is an introduction to political humanism, and I call it a theory of well-being. It is a political theory, but I do dig down into its sort of philosophical roots. I talk about the nature of our individual relationship to society. What are some of the dynamics of that? What can be observed? What can be observed in philosophy? Global philosophy across the stretch of human history, and some of the elements that we've collaborated on as social creatures in societies, and it helps us identify why we build the institutions that we do. So it's one part political theory, but it's a philosophical route. It becomes later an economic theory. So the economic theory is based around just the ideal of how we best increase human well-being along a number of factors. But I dig down, or I go into detail about how then we may campaign for public policy, but also systemic change, and how that will, in turn, will lead to sort of cultural change. And I wanted to sort of point out, it sort of sounds, a lot of people at this point, it sounds a little bit too idealistic, but I want to, or perhaps oversimplified, but I want to point out sort of what a profoundly different perspective it gives you when you start applying it to political change or social change. And that's why I use the thing, for surviving the 21st century, because I do think it's worth, investing our time and energy into our sort of social political awareness, so that to get over this period, because it's becoming even more divisive. The planet is suffering even more, to the point where, when certain cycles happen in the ecosystems, it's difficult to work our way back from certain releases of methane and all these kind of things. So we are at a really crucial time in human history that we don't do too much damage to the planet. We have to reverse from the damage we're doing and the reasons behind that damage. So it gives us a profoundly different perspective, mostly because it gives us a rallying point that from the outset, we are all agreeing to get behind a notion that will improve human well-being for one and all. And this is an agreeable collective moral endeavor. So it's a political theory that takes human kindness, compassion for humanity, at its very core, it gives us organizational structure. So, you know, now once we know what society is here to achieve, we can also build those institutions and executive branches of government and things like that to best achieve those, and best achieve them for, you know, what we're prepared to put into them in terms of tax, in terms of our behaviors, and etc. So it also gives us, it brings complete accountability to governance, because, you know, there is, once you identify the purpose of governance, you know, it really only, it narrows down the function of governance. So all the, what we do, the division, the party politics, and on all of that during the legislative process could be diminished to some extent. I mean, you know, the importance is on the achievement of well-being, and so it shifts that focus and that inefficiency. And also it underpins social contract. So if you're collectively thinking on how we make the world a better place, how we make our society, our community a better place, then it gels society together. It makes you think that you know, while you're out there with your own ambitions, you are also your social self is also part of the contribution to making society a better place in the same way. So this is what I knuckled down on in the book. I start off with focusing, really turning the idealism into practical format. I spend the intro talking on political humanism as a political theory, to compete with other political theories, to say it's where it's born out of. It's born out of ideas like Jeremy Bentham's utilitarianism, but it's more defined, as the end goal of well-being is so much more defined. So I call it a post-utilitarian position. I also talk about it as emerging from liberalism, so that it takes on the merits of liberalism, but because it treats well-being as the end result, you can see that liberalism has provided us with certain tools towards well-being, but in a sense it breaks from well-being, because, you know, the tools of well-being are not the end results themselves. I don't know if that makes sense to some people, but so I call it also a post-liberal position. But to make it clear, it's, you know, I have to say it's not an illiberal position. I call it post-liberalism. So I do all that. I also sort of, because it sounds like I'm going after the right all the time when I break down neoliberalism, I also compare it to communism. It rejects the idea of communism. So it's nothing like that. But in the first 4 chapters, I talk about, you know, how we may reform some of the areas of our society. I start with the political arena, going on to how the economic theory plays out, and then into the other parts of our society, justice, health, education, and then into more sort of global things like the environment and global relations. As I call them also reforms, because each area that I talk about, I do try and discuss how we may practically go about making these changes, both as a sort of any political motive, but also in society as well. So it's bottom up, top down sort of approach. So just, if I've got a little bit more time, I'll just break down what I tried to do within each chapter. So this is really taking the core of the philosophy of turning it into political theory, and then showing how that informs us of how we can reform different aspects of our institutions, our society. So in my first chapter, I take straight on our legislative part of governance and say how we may be able to evolve the way we do democracy with the use of technology. Myself and some programmers, designers have been working on an app. It's like a kind of Facebook for politics, loads of functions it's got. But the intention is that it at least influences what goes on in Parliament. There's different elements of consensus. There's different things you do within your constituency or as a nation, like consensus results. It mirrors what some of the other apps are doing out there, but it ties it all into one program. We want to intellectualize the debate. So there's a lot of fact checking and things like this. We want to rationalize people's positions so that people are aware of the opposing positions, things like that. So it has these different objectives. So it's something we're trying to practically work on. And the idea that it sort of goes in phases where it becomes a way of engaging people with politics, but then it eventually to turn that into influence in Parliament, and then changing the system itself once it's road tested and the kinks are worked out and things like that. So it's kind of an ambitious plan to evolve our democracy. I talk about what a British constitution might look like if it adopted the notion of political humanism. Then I look at the other, very much with the separation of powers. I look at, once we've looked at the legislative part, if we had a constitution, look at the judicial part of it, and then how that would affect our empowering our executive bodies, police and school boards and the health services and things like that, but how we regulate them, and the regulator being empowered by the judiciary, empowered by the constitution. So this kind of perfect sort of separation of powers idea. Because if we don't regulate those executive bodies, without authority, without accountability, could lead to tyranny. So that, which is chapter 4. I talk about the tax system, how we may directly assign taxation towards societal aims, and the reasons for that, the equilibrium, the efficiency, the moral imperative. I talk about a sort of technical change with our sort of money system. It's about where our private banks are allowed to create money as debt, these things. I'll talk about some of the technical change we may do as a reform. But then I lay into, showing how the political theory then becomes an economic theory, and how that creates a culture. I call it #PopCapitalism, how that creates a culture of distributed capitalism. I don't want to get too technical at this time of the morning and the day. So it has this economic theory that works alongside it. If we do have a written constitution, we would look towards having a reform of the justice system. If we do empower our executive, we look at how this may affect social care, integrating it with healthcare. Look at how the core philosophy itself informs what we may be able to do further for our education system. And all that is really based on the sort of the nation state perspective. But then chapters 11 and 12, I do start translating in that of what that means for the world, particularly with our movement towards environmentalism, how we may learn to live more symbiotically with us and the environment, how we can build a sustainable future. And the last chapter is how the core philosophy itself informs how we do global relations. So how maybe we can reform the United Nations from a perspective of a united people. So I won't reach the end of my things yet. So that's all available. I'm always up for talks on this. Contact me, ra@reggieadams.com. Politicalhumanism.org is where the book is available at the moment, although it will be distributed soon. I've only just launched it. And please engage with me at Twitter, Reggie66. But the core principle itself, really, it also leads us, and tying it back into Kindness Day, it does lead us to this notion that we only achieve more through collaboration. As Newton said, wasn't it? I've achieved what I've achieved by standing on the shoulders of giants. The idea being that he only achieved these things not in solitude, although he was in a kind of lockdown at the time, but because he had the scientific community providing him with things. The microscope was just invented, etc., etc. So his point was that we do things best in collaboration, but our political arena is divisive by its nature. So on Kindness Day, I think the kindest thing we can do is try to go beyond being politically divided. And that is, we could do that by, the next time you engage with someone politically, you listen to their point of view, and you may think, oh, this is someone from a different camp, from a different, supporting a different party or something like that. But I think you can engage them and ask them what their end goal is, to see if you share the end vision of if their idea will make the world a better place. Get them to focus on that. Do they think their ideas will make the world a better place? If not, is it worth supporting?
Wow.
And when you do that, you're instantly coming out of this divisiveness, and you're starting to have a discussion in a notion of collaboration. And I think only through this, through unity, can you build collaboration. And
Wow.
this is the route to making the world a better place.
That's such a great finish.
So
Thank you
I'll
so
just
much,
say-
Reggie. I really, really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Wow, thank
Yeah,
you so
sorry to
much.
bombard
I'm very glad that you.
politics.
Yeah, I'm very glad you shared your book. Congratulations. Is it a new book that's just come out?
So yeah, it's a new book, What the World Needs Now. It's
Wonderful.
right here.
Great.
Yeah, I've just launched it. That's why Calvin.
Congratulations. Well,
Calvin.
congratulations. I'm glad
about
that
it.
Cal.
So
I'm glad that.
it's distributed through politicalhumanism.org at the
Yeah.
moment, but it will be available for Amazon and everything shortly.
Excellent, excellent. I just want to read one comment here, which is a really nice comment just to finish, which is from Gloria, who says, "Hi, Reggie. I've just had a look at the Humanist Party website. It's simply amazing. I love it and will certainly contact you. It resonated with me, my values and belief. Thank you very much for sharing your lovely thoughts and for leading this movement and project. Makes me feel that my dreams for a better society are definitely tangible. I can't wait to learn more about Magna Socia and how I can contribute." Wonderful. Well, and we've got some more nice comments coming through here from Claire. Fascinating. Connected to some other ideas by Thomas Bjorkman's work on the inner compass. And Christine says, looking forward to reading your book. Yeah, so we're going to have to go on to our next speaker now. Our yoga practice, actually. But I really appreciate it. Lovely to meet you. And I will share your links and stuff with our audience as well.
Thank you very much. All. Thank you.
Cheers. Okay, great. Wow, that's fascinating. Excellent. So that was Reggie Adams, author of What the World Needs Now, from the song What the World Needs Now. And now we have a yoga practice with Alex. So let me see if I can get Alex up and running. Okay, here we go. Unmute. There we go. I'm going to make you into a host, Alex. Are you there, by the way?
I am here. I don't know if you can hear me. I can't get my video on. I think you need to. Oh, here we go.
There we go. Oh, wow. Wonderful. Oh, I feel like I'm in lovely lights there. Excellent. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Really well, really well. I'm going to pass it straight over to you so people can
Brilliant.
enjoy. I think we've been doing a lot of learning and studying and reflecting, so we're ready for a bit of
Should we do a bit of doing
mindful
now?
yoga. Yeah.
All right then, guys. Okay, so we're going to do a kindful yoga practice today. And this is basically about bringing the attention inwards and slowing right down. We lead quite yang, stressful lives, so we're going to do more of a yin style of practice today, opening up through the heart center. And in yin, what we tend to do is really bring the attention inwards. It's quite a meditative style of yoga. In a long, hour-long class, you could hold the poses for up to about 5 minutes, which we're not going to do today. We're going to hold them for about a minute or so. But I'm going to ask you to really bring your attention to your heart center, to the heart chakra. This is usually demonstrated with a green energy, but sometimes it can also be with like a rose quartz energy, which of course is a crystal for love and compassion. And we're going to start off with a Kundalini practice called Peace Begins With Me. So I'm just going to show you how to do that before we move on to the mat. And basically what we do is we unite a mantra with a mudra. A mudra is a hand gesture and a mantra is a short saying. And basically, peace begins with me is a really nice way to shift our energy. If we're feeling a little bit stressed or frazzled, it can help to ground us and center us. And I really love it because it reminds me of Gandhi's quote, be the change you want to see. So of course, if we want peace and we want kindness and compassion, it needs to come from us. So the practice, basically, we say peace and we unite our thumb and our finger together, our forefinger and our thumb. This unites the body with the universe. This generates intuition and wisdom. Then we say begins and we bring our middle finger and our thumb together, and this generates patience. And then we bring our ring finger and our thumb together and say begins, and this generates vibrancy. It unites us with the sun's energy. And then finally we bring our little finger and our thumb together, and this generates communication. So that's the little practice. We'll do it for a minute or so. When you do it for yourselves, you'll do it until you feel a lightness or a shift, or you may want to yawn or stretch or smile. So it's a little shift, but we'll practice it for a minute or so. Then we'll go into the yoga practice, and we'll finish off with Shavasana and a small loving kindness meditation. So just a reminder, peace begins with me. So I'll move over to my mat. Okay, so sitting in a nice, comfortable position. I'll just double check that that is positioned correctly. So just rolling back the shoulders. You take a nice, long, smooth breath in, and then as you breathe out, you can close down the eyes, and then just beginning the practice. Peace begins with me. 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 2 more times. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Okay, so we're going to move on to our knees. And for the first pose, we're going to do melting heart. So we're going to extend the arms out in front of us, bringing our forehead onto the mat. And we can just close down the eyes, bringing the attention inwards, just following the breath all the way in and out. This pose helps to open up through the heart center, and it stretches through the shoulders. And the lovely thing about closing down the eyes, it not only brings the attention inwards, but it helps us become less worried about what we look like and more concerned with what it all feels like. So bringing that attention inwards, nice, smooth breaths. Slowing the breath right down and following it all the way in and all the way out. This is quite a meditative form of yoga practice, really slows everything right down. Breathing nice and smoothly. And we're going to take 2 more smooth breaths here. And then we're just going to come down onto our elbows, bringing our elbows beneath the shoulders, extending the arms out in front of us, lying down on the mat, lifting from the belly, opening up through the heart center. This is Sphinx pose, really trying to breathe into that heart space, breathing nice and smoothly. Again, closing down the eyes if you want to, bringing that attention inwards. Now, when we open up through the heart center and through the front of the body, it does tend to create a gentle back bend in the lower back. You might feel that. And the lovely thing with back bends is they're said to be anti-aging, really help promote nice length through the spine, nice integrity through our posture. Just focusing on your heart center, whatever color you decided for that energy at the heart center, whether it was the green for the heart chakra, or rose quartz, or maybe a light, bright, healing light. Imagine that energy increasing with each breath, emanating beyond the heart center to encompass your whole body. Breathing nice and smoothly, 2 more breaths here. And then extending the arms out in front of you, coming into seal pose. Okay. And again, just opening through the heart center. Just watch the shoulders have crept up by the ears. Create that space between the shoulders and the ears. Lifting through the front of the body. Really tapping into that sense of loving kindness within. Compassion for yourself, kindness for yourself. And yoga is, of course, a lovely act of self-care, good for the body and the soul. Two more smooth breaths here. And then gently bringing the hands back. We're going to push back into child's pose. So bringing the toes together, sitting the bottom on our heels, bringing the forehead onto the floor. And this is a lovely counter pose to the back bend. And it gives us a moment to turn inwards with a sense of childlike quality, that sense of wonder and delight, that playful curiosity that we talk about with mindfulness. Breathing nice and smoothly. Again, closing down the eyes if you want to. Bringing the attention inwards. Stretching through the lower back. Following the breath in and out. Watching the ebb and flow of each breath. And then bringing the hands down by the feet. Turning the palms upwards to face the ceiling. Bringing the knees slightly together so that your shoulders can really melt into the floor. And just coming back to the breath. Following the ebb and flow of each in and out breath. You may notice your breath more strongly in your ribs in child's pose. So you can watch the expansion with each in-breath and the contraction of your ribs with each out-breath. Slowing it right down. Perfect antidote to our yang, busy, stressful lives, turning inwards with a little bit of yin energy. Slowing everything right down. And then coming up onto all fours and taking your left leg to the top of the mat. Now this is the most powerful pose that we're going to do in the session today. We're going to place our left elbow on our left knee. We're going to do something that's called twisting dragon. We're going to reach around for the back of our foot. You may not even get your foot up there, okay? So just go as far as you can, honor your body. If you can get hold of the ankle, brilliant. If you can get hold of the foot, fantastic. And we're just opening up through the chest as we slightly turn round. And this pose not only opens up through the heart center, it's opening up through the quad and through the hip flexor. And something to bear in mind when we're talking about being kind to ourselves is to treat ourselves as we would a friend. Often what we say to ourselves are the worst things that we ever say to anybody. We'd never say them out loud. So if we imagine by bringing some kindfulness to ourselves, that means we're going to treat ourselves as we would a friend. And if we wouldn't say it out loud to anyone else, let's not say it to ourselves. We don't spend any more time than we do in our own head. We may as well make it a nice place to be. And then we're going to swap it over to the other side, guys. So just swapping the legs, taking the right knee to the top of the mat, placing the elbow on the knee, turning around and grabbing hold of the foot wherever you are. Just honor your body. So if you're here, that's absolutely fine. If you can grab hold of the heel, fantastic. You can grab hold of the foot and then opening up through the chest, breathing nice and smoothly. Coming back to the breath. Nice, smooth breaths. And then just releasing the foot, moving to the center of your mat. We're going to go into hero pose. So the feet come slightly outside of our sitting bones, our hips. We're going to lean back on our hands. And if this is where you're at, that's absolutely perfectly fine, opening up through the chest. If you can come down onto the elbows, fantastic. If you're really flexible and you want to go down onto the floor, by all means do so. The important thing is to keep the knees parallel, but just to be really careful of the knees. This is a deep stretch, opening up through the heart center, coming back to that energy, that light we talked about right at the beginning. Whether it's a bright, healing light, imagine that, visualize that light or energy glowing in your heart center with each breath as you open up through the heart center. Breathing nice and smoothly. As you breathe in, imagine that light or energy glowing brighter. As you breathe out, imagining that energy traveling beyond the heart center to encompass the whole of your body. Taking 2 more smooth breaths here. And then very gently easing yourself out of this and swinging the legs round in front of you. We're going to come down into fish pose. So we're going to place our hands, palms facing downwards, underneath our bottom, staying up on the elbows, and we're just going to come back onto the crown of the head. Again, this opens up through the heart center, but it also opens up through the throat chakra too. Fish pose. Breathing nice and smoothly. Just following the breath in and out. Watching the ebb and flow of each breath. Two more nice smooth breaths here. And then gently taking the hands away, easing off the crown of the head, coming to rest on your back and hugging your knees into your chest, counterposing the back bend, stretching through the lower back, gently rocking from side to side, massaging the spine on the mat. And of course, when we get a hug, we release oxytocin in the body. but we can also be kind to ourselves by giving ourselves a hug, and this will also release the feel-good hormone oxytocin into our blood. So here we're giving ourselves a nice hit of oxytocin, as well as stretching out through the lower back, counterposing those back bends. Just breathing nice and smoothly, gently rocking from side to side, massaging the spine. And then releasing the legs, taking the legs onto the mat, keeping the feet slightly wider than hip distance, palms facing up towards the ceiling either side of the hips, and closing down the eyes. So we're going to go into Shavasana, which is the ultimate form of self-care and self-kindness. Like getting still and quiet and allowing our bodies to absorb the benefits of our practice. Bringing your attention to your feet, allowing your breathing to return to normal, and relaxing your feet and your ankles. Relax your shins and your calves. Relax your kneecaps and the backs of your knees. Relax your thighs and your hamstrings. Relax your hips, pelvis and buttocks. Relax your tummy and your lower back. Relax your ribs and your torso. Relax your chest and upper back. Relax your shoulders, arms and hands. Relax your mouth, tongue and jaw. Relax the space between your eyes and around your eyes. Relax your forehead and the crown of your head. Gently guiding your attention back to the room and to your breath. We're going to finish our kindful yoga practice today with a short loving kindness meditation. I'm going to stay lying down to do it, continuing that act of self-care. Repeat the words in your head or out loud, and bringing the attention to yourself to start with. May I be filled with loving kindness. May I be happy and well. May I flow through life with grace and ease. May I live in peace. May I be filled with loving kindness. May I be happy and well. May I flow through life with grace and ease. May I live in peace. Now bring into mind someone you care for deeply. Someone who's either done something really kind for you or just someone you love. Visualize them or imagine them in front of you and wish them, may you be filled with loving kindness. May you be happy and well. May you flow through life with grace and ease. And may you be at peace. Bringing to mind someone you don't really have a relationship with. Someone you're fairly neutral to. Maybe they served you in a shop a few days ago and you're grateful for that act of kindness and service, but you don't really have a relationship with them. And wish them, may you be filled with loving kindness. May you be happy and well. May you flow through life with grace and ease. May you live in peace. Bringing to mind somebody that you have a difficulty with. Not somebody you have the greatest difficulty with, but someone on maybe a 3 or 4 out of 10. Imagine their suffering. Imagine what they're going through. After all, happy people don't tend to cause us grief and strife. And wish them, may you be filled with loving kindness. May you be happy and well. May you flow through life with grace and ease, and may you live in peace. Then bringing to mind all living beings on the planet, and maybe beyond the cosmos, if that's what you believe. And wish them all, may you all be filled with love and kindness. May you all be happy and well. May you all flow through life with grace and ease. And may you all live in peace. And then finally turning the attention back to yourself. May I be filled with loving kindness. May I be happy and well. May I flow through life with grace and ease. May I live in peace. Just allow those words to melt into your being. Gently bring some movement back to your body by wiggling your fingers and your toes. If you'd like to stretch, taking your arms along the floor, stretching your hands in the opposite direction to your feet. And then when you're ready, gently roll over onto your right hand side and take a couple of breaths of transition. And then before we transition to a seated position, just remembering your body is nice and relaxed. The nervous system is nice and calm, so try and avoid any quick, sharp movements. And keeping your eyes closed and your head hung low, using your hands to guide you, slowly and gently return to a comfortable seated position. And bringing your hands to heart center. Allowing your thumbs to rest at your heart center. May we be clear and kind of intention. Bring your thumbs to rest on your third eye. May we be clear and kind of thought. And bringing your thumbs to rest on your lips. May we be clear and kind of word. Bringing the hands back to heart center. Namaste. Okay, there you go, a little kindful yoga before lunch. So I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Wow. Calvin says, thank you so much for that loving kindness meditation at the end. It's beautiful. Yeah, it was actually. I was I did it on my bed actually, and that was very
Oh,
relaxing.
fantastic. Lovely.
And I did 1 or 2 of the postures as well, which was nice because I don't do yoga that much, but it was nice to stretch my back actually. That helped.
Oh, good. Yeah, it does. It's really nice to do some lower back stuff. And just the next day you feel like lightness in your shoulders. It's just beautiful. But of course, what it does is open up through the heart center, which is just, you know, perfect for World Kindness Day.
So Jacqueline says thank you. Vidya says thank you so much. There's even people in India doing it because of this practice today, so that's great.
Brilliant.
My friend Liv says that's just what I needed. Ella says so beautiful. Thank you so much. Have you got a YouTube channel? Ella's asking.
Ella, no, I haven't quite got that into the 21st century yet. It's really something I need to do. But I do have a Facebook group where I do some live videos, and I'm doing all my classes on Zoom at the moment, obviously because of lockdown. But after lockdown, I'll be continuing with that. So people can find me on Facebook, Alex Bannard, or Maya Nanda is the business page, or the Facebook group.
Sign up to a Zoom course with you or something if they want to.
Yeah. So you can find me on Facebook, or you can email me alex@mayananda.co.uk, or my Facebook group, Mindfulness and Yoga for Self-Care. And just reach out. There's some free videos on the group, but I'm also doing all the Zoom stuff as well at the moment. So I can do that in one-to-one, or you can join in with one of the classes. So
lots of options there too.
Yeah, loads of options.
Yeah. For people who are not too sure or beginners, they could even have maybe a one-to-one session.
Yeah, absolutely.
Start getting into it.
Absolutely. We do a yin session on a Wednesday morning, so that's what we've just done now, really slow, and then we do a vinyasa flow on a Wednesday evening and a Saturday morning. But yeah, I'm available for privates as well. So yeah, just tune in, and I will get myself on YouTube. I
think you're on enough places already.
I think, well, exactly. The world can only have so much, Alex Bannard.
Yeah, exactly. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Well, thank you so much for your generosity and your time and teaching a little class to us all. I felt like we were all in that little conservatory area doing some yoga, so that was nice.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for hosting this. It's a beautiful effort and initiative for today, so thanks for that, Shamash. It's brilliant.
Thank you. Vidya's saying, could you share the link in the chat? Is it possible to type it in the chat?
So I just do that now.
Yeah, and then share it with panelists and attendees. There's a little
panelists,
panelists and attendees, so everyone can do it. So that's excellent. So while Alex does that, I will. Where's our PowerPoint? 1 second.
Oh, when I press return, it's all sending them separately. So I apologise. There's going to be several.
Oh, that's fine.
And then Facebook is Alex Bannard. Oops. Mayananda, or the Facebook group is.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Alex.
You're very welcome, Shamash. Have a great rest of the day.
To write in the chat. Awesome. Well, that was brilliant. I enjoyed that. So now it's time for our little lunch break. That should say 1:30 there. Let me correct it. 1:30 lunch, and we will resume. We'll resume at 2 p.m. UK time with the talk with Felipe. So have a nice break. It's World Kindness Day, so you can treat yourself to whatever you want for your lunch or your dinner, wherever you are, and have a nice break. Maybe get some fresh air if you can. And we'll start at around 2 p.m. UK time for our next talk. Just to remind you, it is all being recorded as well. So hopefully if that works, then you'll be able to get a recording if you signed up on Eventbrite, and you'll be able to share that, I think, with your friends and stuff as well. Great. Okay, so see you in half an hour. Have a nice break. Okay, our lunch break is almost over. Just checking that you can still hear me, and just giving everyone time to log back in. While we're waiting for people to come back, let's see if I can get Felipe's audio working. Ah. Hey, Felipe.
Hey, Shamash.
Hey, good, great. I can hear you. Okay, I think I need to make you into the boss man. I need to make you a host to be able to make it work. Then you should be, your video should come on. There we go. Woohoo! Felipe from Chile. Well, we're a little bit early, but how are you keeping today? How's the weather over there?
Good. Yeah, it's a fine spring day here. Yeah, I'm excited about today.
Wonderful, wonderful. So yeah, I think it's 2 o'clock now, so I'll introduce Felipe. So we met by a series of really nice synchronicities in different parts of the world, and we've been friends for a few years now. And it's very hard to describe Felipe because he's got so many interests, and he's traveled to all sorts of different parts of the world to help improve the social environmental situation that we're in. So one area that people find interesting is his work with Bhutan, the Gross National Happiness Project there. You're involved with an organization called Culture Hackers, is that right?
Culture Hack Labs, yeah.
Culture Hack Labs, so maybe you'll say a little bit about that as well. And you've even done quite a lot of work with indigenous communities, right? So he's done all sorts of different things. It's pretty much impossible to introduce him, so that's the best I can do. But really looking forward to hearing a few things, maybe a few stories or a few ideas about what you want to share for World Kindness Day. Just to kind of put you in the loop, we've had all sorts of things from professors talking about mental health and about the importance of things like universal funding for people so that they have enough money for their basic needs, to yoga practices, to importance of stories for kindness. So we had all sorts of different angles to it. So yeah, looking forward to hearing your thoughts about kindness.
Thank you.
Very, very grateful for your time.
Yeah, pleasure. Yeah, it felt very very fitting really to share something for World Kindness Day, because yeah, it's like an offering is a practice and how we can cultivate service really, and how we can model the behavior that we want to see. So yeah, so it's really lovely to be here. I am, as you were saying, I'm in Chile. Here is a little bit early. It's 3 hours behind the UK. And yeah, we met in Halloween night. Shamash, you and I, we met at Halloween night at the big scientific conference. And I think the thread that connect our friendship, and in a way where we are here today, I guess, is yeah, it's a combination of how can we work on ourselves, and also how can we share some of that with others. And as you were saying, yeah, I have worked in Bhutan with the Gross National Happiness Center for some years, and there in Bhutan they have prototyped some ideas around new economics and about a new development paradigm that has kindness and happiness and good life, good living at the heart of it. And then, as you were saying as well, I work with another co-op, another collective of activists and artists and coders called the Culture Hack Labs. And what we do really is try to understand larger narratives, and then how those larger narratives create culture. And so recently we've been working a lot in Brazil, trying to understand what's happening there with deforestation and the impact that deforestation is having on indigenous people in particular, and how we can shift that trend that in the last year we saw an increasing amount of fires, intentional fires to clear land. And a lot of that land is indigenous territories, and how that land then become part of the agribusiness, and how they devastate some very, very biodiverse and rich ecosystem for profit, and in complete disregard of future generations. So yeah, so I think today I just wanted to share a little bit about my work and perhaps yeah, how in a way something like social change and working with communities with severe and multiple disadvantages and kindness can kind of go together, and they're not something that are in contradiction. I think because we, and I can say this from a personal experience, I think we tend to think you can either be kind of spiritual and sort of like a spiritual practitioner of any kind, and then an activist. We see that is like in a way somewhere in a different side of the spectrum. And I think for me, maybe just super briefly, I come from Chile, but I'm mixed blood. I got indigenous blood. I got European blood. I'm a fruit salad. My friend Kieran in Australia, he talks about himself as a fruit salad. So he's Scottish, but also a bit Aboriginal, Maori, English. I don't know. And so I'm a bit the same. I'm Mapuche and I'm Italian, and I got this big mix. So I think for me, I grew up feeling this contradiction between different worldviews. One that is very much close to the land, and is very much centered around community and simplicity in so many ways. I'm very much connected with the elements, and very much connected to the seasons. And another one that is in a way the prevalent nowadays, that is about speed and technology and bling and growth and all these different wonderful things that we love. And in a way, we are here today because of that, because we have Zoom, because we have computers, because we have there's an element in our human mind that is always like looking and trying to learn and trying to expand and trying to evolve. And so for me, I grew up very much feeling like we are entering as humanity in a very difficult part of our history, and we are entering what people call now a polycrisis, so a convergence of many different crises: environmental, social, political, spiritual, cultural, etc. And so I felt like I needed to do something. There was something that in a way we didn't really know how to go about, what to do, where to get inspiration and guidance. And and this was when I was in my 20s, and so from that kind of insight of we are entering a very complex time in human history, we need to try to do something about it. But I didn't really know where to start, where to find that guidance, and I realized this is something that we cannot find in traditional academia. So then I started looking first in kind of Buddhist teachings and Buddhist practices, Tibetan Buddhism, and then I also, alongside that, I started trying to learn and practice and immerse myself in indigenous cultures and what they live and what they practice. And I think I realized that there was that element that was connecting these different traditions in terms of emergent solutions and emergent answers for the crisis was the practice of kindness with oneself and then from that, kindness with others. So yeah, and then today, I guess my career and my life has changed a huge amount, and I feel like what at the beginning was very central, my spiritual practice, in a way, how I projected to the world, kind of like a spiritual persona. Now it's kind of like more in the background, and I feel like my work and my actions, in a way, precede me. And so, although the kind of the practice of kindness and mindfulness and in a way the principles are core to my life, I feel like by applying them into work with indigenous communities, try to stop deforestation, or in Europe with communities with severe and multiple disadvantages that are suffering the effects of inequality, economic inequality, and trying to shift the very system that, in a way, create those inequalities is what Chogyam Trungpa talk about, compassion in action. Or so yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Wow. One of the things, like, because you talk about helping to kind of try and shift the narrative somehow, and you talk about system change, so that, you know, it's a system that's caused so much lack of compassion and unkindness. And we've had speakers today talk about system change and what we can do to change culture, but also we've had a lot of speakers and myself talking about small change as well, and the importance of that and the value that does in impacting the world. So how do you think what can people do practically to help you describe this polycrisis, all these different challenges happening in society. What can the individual person do, or do you feel that it's very hard for individuals to create any kind of impact at all? What's your thinking?
There is an American professor and thinker called Douglas Rushkoff, and he's someone that's very much connected to technology, and he has a wonderful podcast called Team Human, right? And he's doing very much at the vanguard in terms of what's going on with Silicon Valley and the artificial intelligence and the rise of all these new sort of like technologies. And he talks about this idea of finding the others. I think that the paradox, the dichotomy of, of the modern world is very much about this sense of isolation and this sense of feeling disconnected from others, this sense of like we are alone. And I think for me, the one step that in a way can make a big difference for individuals is connecting with others and developing a meaningful relationship with someone else, right? And by that I mean a relationship that in a way carries that sort of vulnerability and that sort of like a co-counseling quality, where we can share not just so much about how wonderful or how extraordinary we are, but really a place where we can bear witness to each other and really share and hold each other in our vulnerability. In Frome, where I live, in the UK, there is a project that became well known, which is called Compassionate Frome, and it was set up by a health worker at the local health center, and she basically created a network of and invited people to be part of this network of volunteers. So whenever somebody felt a little bit like vulnerable or ill or like needing unwell and need to go to the health center, they could do that, but also they can ring, "Hey Shamash, today I'm feeling a little bit under the weather and I got some, like my chest is hurting and I don't know what's going on." And then Shamash will say, "Okay, Felipe, let's go and meet and have a cup of coffee or something." This is, of course, pre-corona and stuff, and I guess now it's more remote. But the project has had a huge impact and managed to get so many people connecting to each other, and also not really having to rely on doctors and kind of like and specialists to really increase the sense of well-being and have that sense of connection. And I think this is one of the things that is very much missing in our society. I was recently having a conversation with people at Greenpeace in America, and one of the things I was saying in terms of like looking forwards in 10 years time, what will be the next big change? So we talk about renewable energy, we talk about regenerative farming, and I think for me one of the things that is coming and that we should be working on is this sense of like regenerative societies and the sense of like the social technologies. And by that, I mean the sense of like really strengthening the fabric of our society, because at the moment we're all so atomized and we're also disconnected. So I think there is so many ways to connect with people nowadays. And I think that there isn't one single formula that fits all sizes. I think we all need to start to find people with similar, I guess, it's also, I think, a matter of purpose and a matter of like really finding our calling and try to really tune in with that, because we all have unique missions and purposes in this life. And so by connecting with people in similar communities, by us kind of really allowing ourselves to explore and to search really what makes us happy and what makes us fulfilled is a great first step. Find the others, as Raskov will say, Raskov.
That's funny, because I was actually going to ask you about that, because if I always felt whenever I meet you, you always seem to be very passionate about what you're doing. You know, you've usually found another group of people that you really want to work with. You're in a certain part of the world that you're excited to be in. And so I think you're really naturally good at thinking about, okay, this is what I enjoy, this is what I like, and this is how I can help and serve for the greater good. What would you like? How do you do that? Or do you have any tips for people who are like, I'm not too sure what I'm good at, I'm not sure what my strengths are, or I don't feel that, you know, what I'm doing is really making that much of a difference? What would you say to someone like that?
I think it's a combination of vulnerability. I realized I was quite a shy person when I was a teenager, and I was feeling very awkward socially as well. I didn't feel like I was naturally somebody that was very good at making new friends or meeting people, and I felt like being able just to kind of try to be humble and try to be vulnerable and try to be and I guess in balance, really, not like you know what I mean, not something that is kind of like over exaggerated, but really like being able to say, okay, today I'm feeling a little bit depressed and this is me, or today, but like, you know, we're just being able to be transparent and to cultivate that. And then from that, I guess, really being present with what it is, really being kind of being real and being kind of okay with that not knowing. I think with that uncertainty, right? One of the things that we talk about, and one of the things that I feel is like very, very different to this year, for instance, is this sense of like with the pandemic, we're all feeling very uncertain. So I think just being able to be with that uncertainty collectively, I think is a good step. And then I think I think we have within the existing frames and within the existing network, there is so much there that we can find within even Twitter or Instagram or Facebook. There are ways that we can start connecting with people in our own terms, in our own times. And I think at the same time, also being able to be clear and be good at our boundaries as well, being able to understand what we are good at and what we are not. And I think service, I think part of one of the key connecting piece is the sense that rather than championing our own missions and our own sort of like stories, I think when we are able to put that aside and engage with a collective story, it's much more easy to meet other people and to find, and it's not, I don't think it's not something that's perfect, but I think in a way and if I look back at my own kind of life, I feel like I've been a part of so many different causes and so many different stories and so many different projects, cleaning a river or helping to feed hungry people that are homeless, or trying to help repair and build houses for people who have like very that have problems with the housing or stuff like that, or raise money for people who don't have money. So I think there is so many ways that we can do if we can contribute a little bit, and if we kind of like left our own kind of self-interest to one side for a moment and kind of try to join a collective and project, a collective effort, and to really be at service, cleaning, painting, cooking, serving, giving someone a massage or a hug, listening to someone. And I think that's the best way to create a meaningful connection. I think the problem for finding meaningful connections is like we put an agenda and we put a mask and we put a persona, but if we are able to kind of like cultivate a sense of self that is more kind of legit and kind of contradictory by nature, and assume that and acknowledge that, then it's much more easy to relate to people.
It kind of uses up less energy because you're just being yourself, would you say?
Yeah, exactly. You're not having to kind of pump sort of like an artificial sense of like, I'm just always brilliant, or I'm just always like strong, but rather you're a bit like, oh, I'm a bit all over the place. That's me.
Yeah. I'm thinking back to what you shared earlier about on the one side, you know, social change, environmental change, and on the other side, you talk about, you know, meditation, mindfulness, self-care, and you mentioned Greenpeace, and you know that kind of rung a bell. Like, do you feel these kind of organizations which are making, you know, doing their best to try and change the world to make it a better place, are they also interested in things like mindfulness practice or self-care practices a bit more now? What's the relationship between those two these days, would you say?
I think more and more is something that is becoming, I think, essential, I'll say, in a transformational social change or systems change. I think it's something that we are, in terms of intersectionality, the connection between self and society, or self and the system. One of the things I've been doing for the last 5 or 6 years is really working with what's called sacred activism or spiritual ecology, right? The sense of activism, for instance, often suffer burnout and often are working in very, very difficult situations, in frontline situations where they are like trying to protect a site, or they're trying to be in solidarity with the community that's struggling, or so forth. And I think one of the keys to that is to really cultivate that sense of being able to talk about it and say, hey, someone got killed last week, got murdered by the police, or got, you know what I mean, by the paramilitary gang. And this was hugely traumatic. And my job was, for instance, just to put like a very crude example, right? My job was to kind of support the family of the parents of this kid that got murdered so unfairly and so brutally. And then by doing that, although you give your best, and although, you know what I mean, it's something that you do, then how do you deal with that? And so I think and then with Greenpeace, I think it's the same. How unsurmountable the task feels like in terms of climate change, in terms of like big polluters, in terms of deforestation. I guess in Europe, we feel, I guess, the presence of like big corporations and corporate governments and all this like military complex and all these like big agendas and these big giants that feel like very much impossible to defeat or impossible to change anything. And I think by being able to say, hey, I'm feeling really broken today, I'm done with this, I'm so tired, I haven't been able to sleep, I've been working so hard. And by being able to develop those spiritual technologies and that capacity of feeling like, hey, I'm feeling bad, and by being able to listen to others who are going through the same, I feel like, oh, my life is not so bad after all. Or actually, oh, that was really bad. And to really kind of like feel like there is many of us doing some work to try to change things and try to, and it's always been like that, and it's always going to be like that. There's nothing new to that. I think that sense of this is kind of like a unique time, and this is the end of the world, this sense of apocalypse, and these things are getting worse. I think it's a story that we tell ourselves that kind of makes us feel special somehow, or makes us feel heroic, or makes us feel really bad. It's like, it's just like a sort of like narrative, right? But I feel like now more and more, and I think our job really as facilitators, as trainers, as people in the space with the practice of our own and with like years of experience, is our job to share these practices in a way that's more accessible and less exclusive, really, because it's something that we can all, if we take some of the labels out, then we realize that the core of it is the sense of like human beings are wonderful. Human beings are the intrinsic nature of human beings is good, is caring. It's Mathieu Ricard wrote this whole massive break, this big book on altruism, right? And if you and if you look, we all love to help others, we all love to be kind, we all love to do like random act of kindness, for instance, or anything like that. It makes you feel really good, and the science really back that. And I think in organizations like Greenpeace or Amazon Watch, or some of the frontline organizations working to protect the environment, to protect indigenous rights and so forth, the rights of future generations, Black Lives Matters. You see, that is central to all of that is people have like such a wonderful heart, and like there's so much presence, there's so much warmth, and sometimes you feel the contradiction of like in one hand being very passionate and in the other hand feeling very troubled, right? So it's not pretty, it's quite messy. And I feel like for myself, I feel like sometimes, yeah, I wish I can just like not think about, I wish I cannot just don't care about. But now that I know that my responsibility is to do something about, to stop injustice, to change things as they are, to create new opportunities. And I think it's a combination of, in one hand, this is Helena Norberg-Hodge, this Swedish linguist who spent many years in Ladakh, and who talks about this concept of ancient futures and economics of happiness. Is in one hand the resistance, is trying to stop destruction, stop injustice, but then there's also a sense of renewal. And I think for that sense of renewal, building the new regenerative cultures, economies, and so forth, but at the heart of that sense of renewal is the sense of like we can in a way, recycle our emotions and really purge our sense of brokenheartedness, despair, and exhaustion, and really try to bring at the heart what brings us together, what we share in common, our shared humanity, and our sense that ultimately this world that we live in is a beautiful, wonderful, mysterious universe.
Wow, these are really inspiring words. It's a great way to bring things to a close. If anybody's got any quick questions, then please send them through now. We've got about a minute or so. But while we're waiting for that, if people want to find out more about your work or want to follow you, or you mentioned a couple of different projects like the Culture Project, how can they find out more about that? Or how can they contribute in some way?
I guess we can share in the kind of follow-up links from this call. We can share some of the links and some of the things. We're going to be running a series of webinars as well in the next few weeks, a series of 4 webinars, and we're going to be sharing some of our learnings, and it's all like free to attend.
From the culture hack.
Yeah, with the Culture Hack Labs. Yeah, and we are about to launch as well a crowdfunding campaign in February to fund activists and change makers all across the Amazon, and people that are doing great work there.
Oh, that's so cool. Well, because we've been involved in planting a few trees here, so that could be a really nice follow-on. Like, okay, so we plant some trees. What can we do about the narrative there? What can we do next? That could be a really cool follow-up thing for us to link up to.
Absolutely, yeah.
Awesome. Alexandra says, I love that, cultivating a sense of self that is more legit and contradictory in nature rather than trying to fit into a mold, which is what we talked about. And Elspeth says, thank you, Felipe. It's wonderful to see compassion in action. So true that we have strength in numbers when we connect with like-minded people. That's a really nice way of putting it. Someone shared a link here about 7 small acts. Brilliant. Well, so nice to see you. And you're looking very well and chilled, and I haven't had a chance to hear you speak about these things. So it's been an extra good opportunity for me to hear that as well. Thanks a lot, Felipe.
Thank you, Shamash. Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now. Awesome. So what do we have next? So next is we're going to have a little talk and loving kindness meditation. That's a nice follow-up from Felipe's inspiring talk. So let's see if I can get Jane into the mix. There we go. We should be able to hear our audio. And I'm just going to click this and we will be able to see her video. 1 second. I've made you into a host, Jane. So
yes. Hi.
Hi. Yes, I can hear you. I think if
I can hear you, I can see you.
Can you turn on your video? See if you can do that. Oh, brilliant.
Oh, there we go.
Perfect. Super. Perfect. Well, I think it was your suggestion, this event, wasn't it?
Yes.
So we're talking about small things can lead to something. It was just a little comment that you made, and you said, "Hey, it's World Kindness Day. We should do so." It was just last weekend, I think.
Yes, it was. I was doing some research for a blog for kindness, and I came across the information about World Kindness Day, and it fascinated me. So as I looked into it, and then contacted you, and there we go.
There we go. So yeah, it's an example of a small action can lead to change. Wonderful. So is it okay if I pass it over to you and you share your talk conversation?
Okay.
Well, thank you, Jane. Thank you so much.
Okay, so as I said, my name is, are you there? My name is Jane McGrade, and I just found out about World Kindness Day, which I thought was pretty cool. And this was 22 years ago that it started today. People who thought mindfulness and kindness was important. Okay, my internet connection is unstable. What does that mean? Do I need to do something?
I think you're okay now. Can you get closer to the to the Wi-Fi? Seems to have frozen for me. Is it just me, or has Jane frozen for everybody? Oh, frozen now. Yeah, Frozen 2. That was a good movie. Okay, let's see if we can get Jane back in somehow. Yeah, it's frozen for now. Aha! Oh. Okay, it's disappeared for now. I think maybe Jane's resetting, and maybe she's going back out, coming back in again. Let me try messaging her. Gotta have her giving a talk because if it was her idea. Hi Jane, try re-logging in. So we'll give her some time to re-log in. Ah yes, she's back. Here we go. That was quick. Okay, let's see if this works. Give us a sec. Let's do unmute. I'll just put the screen on while we're waiting, just so you've got something to look at. Well, while we're waiting for Jane to try and log back in, if you have any comments or questions about any of the previous speakers, or for me, feel welcome to share. Also share how you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent, excellent. Let me see if I can make your video go on again.
Okay, that would be great. Okay.
Let's try clicking the button to turn your video on.
All right. Yes. No.
You're close. We can hear you very nice and clearly.
Let's see. Hey, you can't see me, but you can hear me.
Is when in Zoom on the bottom left-hand corner, there's a button that says mute. Can you see it at the very bottom left-hand corner? And then next to it is a button that says start video. I don't know if you have the same as me. Do you have that?
So we'll just go with that. Okay.
There you
Now
go.
it goes.
Perfect.
All right. Yay, here we are.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry for all of that.
No problem at all.
Still has an unstable connection, so this never happens, of course, except for today.
It's working fine. Just keep going. I'll let you know if there's any problems.
Okay, so during these 22 years, I've seen kindness and courtesy diminish in young people and old in speech and actions. And it's been bothersome for me. And it's been one of the driving thoughts for me to teach to young people, because I want them to know about kindness and mindfulness. So every day, this is a little sign that's in, you can see that, choose kindness. That's on my windowsill. And several times a day, I see that. And it's a reminder for my intention daily. So why choose kindness? But before I get into the science of it, I have a few little stories of how kindness has had an impact on my life. The dictionary describes kindness, or a kind act, as a kindness you've never forgotten. Imagine a young girl about 10 years old who suffers from horrible, painful headaches. And she's resting at her aunt's house while her mom is working. Her older cousin is visiting and sees her suffering and responds by coming to sit by this young girl, chatting away, oh, nothing special. But the kindness was deeply felt. The young girl you've probably figured out was me. And for me, this act of kindness was like magic. My headache disappeared. And although I didn't keep in contact with this cousin, it is something I have never forgotten. So let's continue and see what a sprinkle of kindness does again. When words are both true and kind, they can change the world, says Jack Cornfield. I was working years back at a Hallmark gift store, and sometimes they would be cranky, rude, impatient customers come into the store. And I was being affected by their rudeness, and I didn't like it. But I didn't want to quit my job. I liked it there. So after some thought, I came up with an idea. I would make a true compliment to whoever was rude, but it had to be true. So the first time a customer approached me in an unkind manner, I quickly observed him or her and gave a compliment. Something I saw that for me was true, their clothing or jewelry or something about them. Immediately, I mean immediately, there was a change of attitude. A smile, a kind word or two. They felt better, I felt better because of a little kindness. So you're beginning to see how a little kindness can make a difference in everyday situations. I've heard also that kindness is an antidote to fear. So let me show you how that worked out for me in one instance. Again, years ago, I was working with horses, thoroughbred horses, 1,200-pound large animals. And sometimes we'd have an owner that brought us a horrible, ill-mannered horse. And now I'm thinking of this horse named Red. And when he came to our barn, he was a really bad actor. And he didn't like men. So long story short, I was the elected person to go and take care of Red. And boy, yes, I was afraid of him. But I had to breathe and put my fear aside so that I could help this new charge of ours and take care of him and get him back into training. All I had was kindness, and that's what I used. Just as I chose kindness to work with other animals, I also called upon the kindness to work with Red. Put my fear aside and was helpful so that Red could put his fear aside and get back into being a thoroughbred racehorse, which he was. There have been times, of course, when I wore the glasses of anger and fear, but I've learned that when I wear those glasses, I create a circle of loneliness, unhappiness, pain, and suffering. But when I choose to wear those glasses with the lens of kindness, gratitude, and happiness, I create a circle of well-being, peace, joy, friendship, connectedness, love, and harmony. It turns out this circle of kindness and gratitude and happiness is not just in my imagination. Over the years, there have been many studies documenting the benefits of kindness. Choosing to be kind benefits both the giver and the receiver, releasing those feel-good chemicals in your brain. Every single time you do an act of kindness, choose to speak kind words, even choose thoughts and wishes of kindness, you change your brain, you change yourself, and you change people around you. Some people think choosing to be kind means that you're weak, maybe a pushover, someone to take advantage of. But again, studies don't support this. Choosing to be kind is powerful and it's brave. Doing what's right, maybe standing up to a bully, speaking up for yourself, all takes courage. Making decisions for yourself coming from a place of kindness be the driving force for making peace with yourself, your community, and the world. Thich Nhat Hanh says that there's nothing more important than your peace, your joy, and your happiness. So we're in Kindness Week and Kindness Day. Open a door, say please and thank you. Smile, compliment, hug, tell someone you love them. Do an errand for someone. Practice gratitude. Put your phone down Be with people who are around you. Laugh a lot. Look at people when they speak to you. Look at people when you're speaking to them. You'll be healthier. In fact, you'll have 23% less cortisol, which is a stress hormone. It doesn't matter how small your act of kindness is. It's good for you. It's good for your brain. It's good for your loved ones. Good for everyone around you. Mr. Rogers says that there are 3 things to being a successful person. The first one is kindness. Second one is kindness. And the third one is kindness. The Dalai Lama says his religion is simple. It's kindness. The Buddha taught his monks the loving kindness meditation to conquer their fears. So I'd like to invite you to participate in a loving kindness meditation or metta meditation. I first heard this from Joan Borisenko speaking in Boston, Mass. Years and years and years ago. She introduced the metta meditation. It was like a salve spreading over wounds, healing and warm. 31 years later, I'm still reciting the phrases, feeling my heart relax and open, and once again melting any fear or judgments or the harsh reality that I tried to put on myself. The phrases are simple, and as you repeat them, thoughts and emotions may, or I should say will, capture your attention. Just like all meaningful meditations and mindful meditations, when you notice that this has happened to you, that you've been caught, your attention with your thoughts and emotions, kind awareness, just come back to the phrases. You may want to breathe in a certain rhythm while saying the phrases, but it's not necessary. In fact, it could be distracting. Your anchor is in the phrases, in the words. There's no need to use your breath as your anchor. Sometimes your heart might feel warm, as if the phrases are just coming right from your heart, and then sometimes not. It's not important. It's just to be with whatever you notice without any expectations. Sometimes an emotion will come up, and for me, I let it be. And I've learned to allow it to just kind of like sift like water through sand, and then continue with the phrases. Like I said, the phrases are simple, uncomplicated. So if you'd like, let's begin. Find a comfortable posture, sitting or lying down, and take a couple deep breaths, breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth. Maybe breathe in to the count of 4, breathe out to the count of 5. If you're comfortable, close your eyes or just gaze softly down in front of you. Breathing with your natural rhythm. Notice the breath in your body, at the top of your head, your throat, your chest, your belly, your pelvis, your knees, and your feet. Letting the breath soften any areas of tension. Letting your body relax. Feel the weight of your body on whatever you're sitting on. Notice any sounds that are around you. Now let go of all of that and bring to mind an image of yourself, if you're comfortable with that. Or an image of someone who loves you now or has in the past. A parent, a sibling, even a pet. And visualize them saying to you, or say to yourself, may I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I have ease in my life. And continue saying this to yourself. May I be safe. May I be happy and healthy. And may I have ease in my life. You're giving yourself a blessing, a gift, a kindness. As if you were speaking to someone that you cared about very much, or loved pet. Very tender. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I have ease in my life. As you receive this gift of loving phrases, sometimes the words or phrases might change a little, which is fine. Softly and gently. May I be safe and happy, healthy. May I be at peace. May I be filled with loving kindness. Now imagine someone close to you, someone that you love very much, a spouse, a child, a parent, someone you're very close to. And in your mind's eye, you can see them and say to them, may you be safe. May you be happy and healthy. And may you have ease in your life. Gently and kindly repeating the phrases. May you be safe and happy, healthy, and have ease in your life. Now bring someone to mind that's fairly neutral. You like this person. You may not even know their name. They could be a neighbor or somebody that you see in the store or the library or whatever. But again, I want to wish them this gift of loving phrases. And so you say to them, may you be safe. May you be happy and healthy. And may you have ease in your life. Very gently, letting these phrases rest in your heart. May you be happy, safe, healthy, and have ease in your life. Now bring to your mind, all the people in your town or city or country. And would give them the benefit of these beautiful, kind, loving phrases. May you all be safe. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you have ease in your life. May you be at peace. Now bring to mind all the beings in this world, letting your wishes of kindness and love flow from your heart into the world to all beings. May you be safe. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you be loved. May you be at peace. Before we end this meditation, let's bring it back to ourselves one more time. Holding ourselves as if we were being hugged in total love, receiving this gift. And say to yourself, may I be safe. May I be happy. May I be loved. May I know love and kindness in my life. Be at peace. And when you're ready, take a breath, bring your attention back into the room. And thank you.
That was sorry about that last pause. That was really, really wonderful. I feel so relaxed. It's hard for me to function right now. It turns on your relaxation response as well, doesn't it, when we do these
It does.
practices? Yeah. So feel free to share your comments about how you found that, or if you have any questions. We've got a minute or two. But thank you so much. I love the stories you shared as well. The one that pops into my mind is about, did you say it was Walmart that you were doing where did you say it was? You were working somewhere and the story.
Hallmark, a Hallmark card and gift store.
Hallmark. Wow. And those acts of kindness transform people, didn't they? It's amazing.
It was, so it was just amazing. Yeah.
Wow. And I like how you thought, okay, let me find a genuine thing that I want to compliment as well, because then they'd probably see in your expression and the way you respond to them. So lovely combination of the stories, which we've learned is really powerful today, and the small acts we've heard about, and then the guided meditation. I was just thinking, someone taught you that meditation 20, 30 years ago, probably in a space of 20 minutes, half an hour or something, and it's something that impacts a life for how many years ago did you say?
31 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
So again, it's another example today of how something small that is shared in just over a few minutes can impact someone for decades. And imagine the ripple effect of that.
Yes.
Amazing. Jane says thank you. Jacqueline says, beautiful, thank you so much. As Julia says, Jane, your stories are so inspirational. Christine says, thank you, Jane, that was lovely, and thanks for sharing your stories. Charlotta says, really beautiful, thank you. And Lucia, who's going to be speaking next, says, thank you, T. Elspeth says, wonderful, that was a really lovely talk and a really beautiful meditation. Kindness really is a superpower rather than a weakness. That's a good way of putting it. It takes even more strength to be kind towards unkind people. Yeah, I like to see your reflection and how you challenged yourself. That takes strength. So relaxing, says Jane. I have to go out for a while, but I will return and will pay someone a compliment while I'm out. Oh, that's great.
Thank you, everyone. I really am grateful to be a part of this, and it's just keep your mindfulness going and keep your kindness every day.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for sharing today and your giving your time. And yeah, it worked beautifully in the end. So thank you so much. Excellent. So I believe now we have, I think it's Lucia. Let me double check. Here's our timetable for today. Yes, it's 3 p.m. So I'll talk the talk on the kind light of awareness with Lucia. So let me see if I can get her audio and video working. Click on that.
Hi.
Hi there, Lucia. I need to just make you into a host. 1 second.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
There
you are.
Hello.
There you are. See if you can switch off Jane's video, because I think hers might still be on. Since you're the host, I think you might be able to do that. Can you see her video there?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, brilliant.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you
Brilliant.
so much. Yeah, we've all had to become experts in Zoom in a very short time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's wonderful to meet you. I haven't had a chance to meet you yet, apart
No,
from just now, but
thanks so much.
Aladdin has kindly connected us together. So I'm just going to pass it over to you.
Yeah.
Feel free to use the time however you wish. And
Yes. Yeah. Thanks so much for inviting me, and just referring to the practice that Jane just led us through. Someone taught me that practice about 25 years ago, and I can be witness that yes, this has also transformed my life. I really thoroughly recommend that metta practice that she just taught so beautifully. So thank you for that. So my name is Lucia van der Drift, and you can also see this word Yashobodhi, which is my Buddhist name. I'm a teacher of mindfulness, meditation, and also of Buddhism. And in the last few years, I've been very much focusing on Buddhist tools and mindfulness tools in relation to difficult emotions, and having really discovered many that can have a really massive effect. And I have taught mindfulness for difficult emotion courses at the Royal Free Hospital for staff before the pandemic. And since the big pandemic started, I've been doing a weekly class online for the West London Buddhist Centre, also focusing on the Buddhist tools working for difficult emotions. And I must say, I think there's a lot of scope at the moment for us to practice with difficult emotions, with all the uncertainty and fear and stress that the pandemic has brought along. But personally, I've had some scope working with my difficult emotions a bit earlier on today, thinking like, why did I actually say yes to giving this short talk? But I am also very grateful. It's good to have a bit of a challenge now and again. But my main practice, I could say at the moment, is turning towards my experience with kindness. So working moment by moment, if I catch myself, turning towards my experience with kindness. And so that's what I'm hoping to speak about. And so the title of my talk, I hope that I can actually hear, The Kind Light of Awareness. This is all I understand. This whole day has come into being in the course of a week, so that's amazing. So the title of my talk just came into being a few days ago. The kind light of awareness, and it's turning towards the difficult with kindness. And just to say that kindness, I think, is an emotion, and in Buddhism it's seen as a fundamental positive emotion. And every human being has the potential to develop this difficult emotion. So in the seed, in the potential, we all have this kindness in ourselves, which is, I think, amazing in itself. And you can strengthen it in many ways. And for instance, by using a practice like Jane just led us through, a metta practice. But let's first connect to kindness as a word. And I was just wondering if you would indulge me and just put into the chat a word that comes up in you to describe what we're talking about when we're talking about kindness. So it would be great just to see a few people might just want to put a word in the chat, like any kind of synonym or paraphrase for this word, kindness. Okay, let me just see what's in the chat. Thank you so much. It's always so lovely to people actually responding to a query like this. Let's see, we've got peace, harmony and care. Yeah, love, lovely, softening, caring and compassion, and loving and compassion, and helpfulness and connection and warmth and joy and empathy and compassion and empathy and love and calm. Well, in itself, I just love it. I just love it that you come up with all of this, and I think between us, we're coming up with quite a good way of referring to what is it actually that we're talking about. Forgiveness we have here as well. So you could say friendliness, and there is warmth. I love that as well. And you could say goodwill or appreciation, benevolence, fellowship, care. I love that. I think somebody just put care, and I personally love that word care. I think it's important to somehow connect with a concept like that. Sometimes you can have a word like kindness and it doesn't really resonate with you, but you find another word that does resonate with you, like care or softening, or any of those beautiful words we've seen in the chat. But let's also try to connect now to kindness so we've connected to it on a cognitive level. Let's connect to it on the level of how does it feel in the body? So let's see if we can connect to this care and warmth and love, compassion, forgiveness, benevolence, everything that we've seen in the chat. Can some people now chime in the chat, like how does it actually feel in the body? What do you feel in the body when you're experiencing this kindness that we're talking about? So anyone? Ease, oh that's lovely, yeah, ease, warm and relaxed. Anyone else? Without pain, oh that's lovely as well, like this ease, a sense of ease and warm and fuzzy and warmth and grounded and clear clarity, happiness. Oh, thanks so much, that's lovely. So we're reading a few words. Obviously we need to use words, but how does it feel in the body? And you can actually just, I think, connect more deeply with kindness when we're actually feeling it in the body. So I could say a lot of these terms that we've seen in the chat are doing it for you, but for me it might be different for you, or maybe just right now you're not connecting to kindness, which is completely possible, but just know it's there in the background somehow. So I would say, in my experience at least, it feels like opening and connecting. It feels like some sort of spaciousness and even some sort of lightness. That's how it feels to me in the body. And it seems like the nature of kindness is that connecting and opening. And there's always a way back. And that's the lovely thing about it, feeling it in the body. You can always find your way back at some point to this kindness. It's there. And everybody can be kind, and everybody can develop this. But with difficult emotions such as anger, what seems to happen is you get completely caught up in it somehow, and even all awareness might go. You might not be aware of being angry or being jealous or anything like that. And or we're pushing it away or ignoring it or not wanting to know it and numbing it. And I'd say that for the difficult emotion in the body, it feels like contracting, it feels a bit like separating, but also under the influence of the difficult emotion, our perspective seems to narrow down. And also, and this is from the Buddhist tradition at least, it seems like when there is a difficult emotion, strong difficult emotion going on, it somehow distorts your view. It narrows your perspective. And I quite like what the last speaker just said, Jane. You said something about a circle of loneliness and unhappiness, which also for me showed that is like things have narrowed down, things have contracted. So we're trying to, when the difficult emotion comes up, relate to the difficult emotion with kindness. And when we do that, it seems like that perspective kind of opens up there, a bit more light comes in. And so we're trying to, with mindfulness training particularly, turn the mind towards the difficult emotion. And usually, as I think I said before, we're tending to push it away and not acknowledging it. So it's a bit counterintuitive, but yet if we're turning away from it, it doesn't mean it's going away. So there is some healing in connecting with it and turning towards it with kindness, like befriending it rather than it being your enemy. And sometimes the difficult emotion can be a bit too overpowering. Then we just need to take ourselves off for a walk or have a bath or listen to some nice music. But if we do practice mindfulness, we can start to turn our attention towards that difficult emotion and soften it up somehow through doing that and opening the perspective through doing that. Yeah, so the skill is really when you are having a difficult emotion to remember that this is a possibility. So sometimes you're so caught up, you don't even think about the possibility of turning towards your emotion with some sort of kindness. But if you do practice it a bit regularly, you could be playful with it, or you could just try it out. If we practice it, we do, and we remember, it does really have, I think, a very strong effect. And particularly how I'm using it at the moment is like when I'm catching myself having harsh thoughts, for instance, I just bring some kindness to it and see what happens. And usually something else starts happening. I'm not in that sort of groove, habitual groove, but I'm in another more creative space where I can take a different decision and take a different action. And I think sometimes what I've noticed, especially people practicing mindfulness, that it seems like mindfulness, our habitual tendencies to be a bit harsh and critical and judgmental can sort of come in with the practicing mindfulness. And my image for this is like a spotlight, or like maybe a flashlight, or whatever you call that. A torch, that's it, a torchlight. So let's say we've got this torchlight and we're shining it on our experience, and suppose it's like a white, harsh light, and you shine it onto something and it's like ugly, and there's also sort of shadows that shouldn't be there. You get a distorted view. But if we shine the light of our awareness, our mindfulness onto our experience with warmth and care and support, like a warm torchlight, then it's a very different picture, isn't it? And then we start to befriend and we start to relate, and coming out of that enclosed space that the difficult emotion has put us in. Yeah, so like any kind of mindfulness practice, yes, it really is about trying this out, playing with it, and creating the habit of turning towards this a difficult experience with kindness. So in that sense, it is a skill. Now, I'm, as you know, a teacher of mindfulness and meditation and Buddhism. And in next week, Wednesday, I'm starting a 6-week course, which is called Learn Practical Ways for Handling Difficult Emotions. It's on basis of donation, and there is home practice in between. And if you do want to learn more about that course, I'll type my website address in the chat here. yeah, so if you would, if you're interested in learning a bit more, you can go to this site, goldminetraining.com, and yeah, so it's a practice course, and it's tools, Buddhist tools, to learn to relate to the difficult emotion. There's so much we can do, and well, the whole thing is with the difficult emotion is not to or try not to create more suffering for yourself and not to create more suffering for others. So by gently turning towards it and befriending it, we somehow stop sort of suffering so very much of the difficult emotions. They're not going to go away, but we're building a different relationship with them. So that's the whole purpose of these practices. Well, I think I'm on to 3:15 on my watch, so I think it's time for Aladdin to take over. And this is Shamash. Hello.
Yeah, thank you, Lucia. I really enjoyed that. I love the flashlight torch analogy. Actually, it's really nice to have that metaphor, and you've put it into practice today. Like, you know, it's challenging giving a talk in front of an audience, even if it's online. Sometimes it's even harder online because you can't see people's reactions. So using these practices as you're speaking. So yeah, do check out goldminetraining.com, and it's on the Eventbrite, and we'll also send it in the email as well. So and your class starting next week, so that's great.
Yeah, thanks so much for the opportunity, Shamash.
Thank you and thank you for what you're doing for the healthcare service as well. That sounds really valuable. Did you say it's for nurses you're doing?
Oh, I did, yeah, for staff. I used to do that before the pandemic, because we don't do it
pandemic.
But yeah, in Royal Hospital, I used to do that. Yeah.
Oh wow, they probably need it some other way now, perhaps online or something.
Yeah, we're trying to do that, but it's hard. Yeah,
it's hard. Yeah. Thank you. Well, Elspeth says lovely talk. Thank you, Lucia. I like the idea of befriending our tough emotions, and it's a really important point, and no one's shared about that. So thank you. Excellent. So now let's see if we can get Aladdin in the picture. Mr. Aladdin, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I cannot see me though.
You cannot see me? Okay, no, not yet. I need to just click this make host button. 1 second. Just give me 1 sec. I need to. Here we go. Now that should come up for you.
I can still see the lovely Yashobodhi.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay. Can you see if you can turn your video on? If you look on the bottom left-hand corner.
Yeah, got it. Thanks.
Yeah. You'll have to try and actually, I know what to do. If I reclaim host, someone's having fun out there, but I'm not sure who. Is that your music?
That's my music.
Oh, cool. Great, that's it then. Just need to try and turn off this. Oh, here we go.
On the main screen. Ah, that's you. Hi.
Spotlight. There we go.
Yay.
There you go. Fully in control now.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And you put my alarm. Oh, hello, everybody. My name is Aladdin Muhammad, but that's a new name. 12 days ago, I embraced Islam. So for everybody, Salam Alaikum, which basically means peace be with all of you. And the Muslims answers, Malaikum al-Salam, and also with you. Also, today is a very special day because it's the Hindu Festival of Lights, today and tomorrow. So for everyone who is Hindu, everyone from India, Namaste. It's a beautiful and very special day today. I'd like to start my talk not talking. I want to give space to the amazing Eva Cassidy. So I'll leave, let's enjoy someone very, very special, just for 1 minute.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below. Above the only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries.
Gosh, I could let her do the whole talk, isn't it? The reason I put the beautiful Eva Cassidy is because this talk is dedicated. I'm gonna cry. Now I'm gonna use my Buddhist training. I was born a Catholic. I was Buddhist for 15 years. And as I said, 14 days ago, I embraced Islam. So I'm breathing and using everything I know so I do not cry out loud here, because this talk is dedicated to everybody who died young. Eva Cassidy died at 33 years old of melanoma, and she was a shy singer. I'm going to talk about recovery today, and I'm going to present you a new recovery model. There's a recovery model that I believe is not only for mental health, which is my specialty, it's for all kinds of recovery. I am a service user. It's been 21 years I was diagnosed with bipolar affective disorder to a very extreme degree. I was sectioned 14 times. Section is when you go to hospital without your consent, because you are so unwell that you are not able to make your own decisions. I'm one of the lucky ones because I survived. So many didn't. I'm one of the lucky ones because I have the most amazing friends. One of them is Shamash, my brother Abdullah, my love Johar, and so many people, Tanya, my ex-wife, my lovely daughter Julia Rainbow, and everybody who is there, who knows, who supported me, and who's been there for me all this time. So many people don't have that. This picture behind me is from an amazing African painter who also died very young. So many deaths, so difficult. Recovery is darn hard, but it's possible. That comes from the great Rachel Perkins, who has a diagnosis like mine. A PhD in clinical psychology, is one of the most amazing representatives of service users today. She and Pat Deegan in the United States, amazing people. Two people for you to write down if you're interested in recovery mental health: Rachel Perkins and Pat Deegan. Let's talk about recovery now. The model I've created is supposed to speak by itself. So I'll be in silence and I'll let you enjoy the model, right? For a few minutes, I'm gonna let you see my definition of recovery, and I'm gonna share with you the model that I created with many amazing people. One of them is Shamash, who helped me to tidy everything up with kindness. You're gonna see in a minute. I'm gonna let the model speak by itself, and I'm gonna again raise up Eva Cassidy so we can all enjoy it. Let me share the screen. And afterwards, if you have time, I'm gonna have some questions, yes? Host disable attendee screen sharing. Oh, okay, let's see what happened. Shamash is not sharing. Ah, there you are.
nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say that I'm a dream, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. Imagine no possession.
Please read everything, see if you can relate. Those are the 4 areas of recovery. This work has been inspired by the integral work by a philosopher, an American philosopher called Ken Wilber. And my challenge was to bring the soul of his body into recovery. And I hope I've achieved that.
The people sharing all the world. You may say that I'm a dreamer.
Read it, think about it, consider it, think about questions.
I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live. You may say that I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one.
This is the whole model. And my hope is that it speaks by itself. On our website, www.actionforrecovery.org, there's no text, there's only the models. And my experiment today is that, do I need to write? Do I need to make a page full of words? Or does it hold in itself? Because I want this model to work for professionals, but also for people who are very unwell. So I want it to be extremely, well, within its complexity, to get everything about recovery, but being also easily to understand. Keep looking, I got to get there. Just 1 second. Yep. Great.
And no religion too. Imagine how the people living
Thanks.
You may say that
Right. How does it work? The essence, Ken Wilber's idea behind this model. On the top left-hand side, the purple one is about the individual subjective. Well, it's individual to us, but it's subjective. It belongs to only us and us alone. The top right-hand side is about the individual objective, what everybody can see. My body, my home, if it's tied, is not tied, how I look after my belongings, my personal environment, you know, is it my personal tidy? Did I shower? Did I shave? And so on and so forth. So it's what can be seen by everybody, by me, by someone from Japan, by someone from any faith. On the top left-hand side, the yellow one is the collective subjective. The collective subjective is about the collective, again, the same thing that cannot be seen by everybody. That includes relationships. My relationship with Shamash is different than my relationship with Johar, which is different than my relationship with Julia Rainbow, my daughter. And to understand the relationship, you have to really know ourselves so deeply that you just cannot get it. So it's subjective in itself. So communities are included on that. Paradigms, ethics, religion is something that if an alien would look like, yeah, please. No problem at all. So religion, because like, sorry, let me get it. I just get someone doing some very important work here, and he just got right now here, obviously, isn't it? So religion, because if an alien would stop here right now, to understand philosophy and religion, it would be very, very difficult because it's something is collective, but it's also subjective. On the bottom right-hand side is about the collective objective, which basically means what is collective, but everybody can see. If an alien would arrive here, he would be able to see, and anyone from any culture will be able to see it. So it's the natural wood, the supports available in my community, example of doctors, therapists, social services, the structures that we have, everything that everybody can agree. A doctor is a doctor, right? A therapist is a therapist. Everybody can agree with that. There's no diversion of opinions at all whatsoever. And tidying everything together, as I discussed with Shamash, and that came from Shamash. Thank you very much, Shamash. Is kindness, which is beautiful, which basically encompasses everything. Then there is the 4 A's, which are the actions related to all different areas, which is aspiration. I define my goals and set my objectives. Action, I plan my course of actions regarding my body, regarding myself, regarding my relationships, regarding the natural world, and so on and so forth. Then I assess my actions. Then I adjust my actions in order to improve them towards what I want to achieve. And what I want to achieve is not only to recover from a mental illness and so on and so forth. In my opinion, is to flourish as a human being. And that's how I want to finish my presentation, to think that never only expects only to survive. Survival alone is not enough. Not even having a good life. I would invite each and every one of you, doesn't matter what life throws at you, not to expect anything less than a life that feels extraordinary, to flourish with all your potential, to drink a glass of water as if you are drinking the most precious champagne. And if I learned something, I'm almost finished, Shamash. If I learned something from having a severe mental health condition, is that I learned the most precious thing in life, more than anything else, and that's the gift of time. So the way I use every second of my life is to make every second of my life absolutely awesome. That's what I like to finish by inviting each one of you to do that.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. That was amazing, Aladdin. It's a very moving talk that you shared there with the music, and you just put your whole heart into this, what you shared today. And I know you're extremely busy at the moment. You've only had a few minutes here and there to communicate with me, but you've also helped to contribute to other excellent speakers along with yourself. And this is the first time I'm seeing this model with so beautifully in color. And I love the way that the kindness is hugging the model, which is just meaningful on the next level too. So thank you so much.
Just very quickly, that's the work of Tanya Leone, who does all the admin, design, and everything at Seed of Change, which is the company behind this model. So that beautiful design is Tanya's. You know, it's
wow.
incredible.
So many people contributing to it. I love it. I love it.
So many people. So many people.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for sharing. We're going to have to go to our next speaker, unfortunately, but you've been very generous with your time because of you shared it with your friend as well. That was really kind of you. So you're embodying your kindness even in your presentation. So lots of really nice comments as well. If you have time, have a read of them because they're really nice as well. Thank you so much, Aladdin, and we'll talk again very soon. Awesome. Great. So we need to go to our next speaker now. So we have, now it's just gone 3:30. So we're going to have Mary to join us to speak. So let's see if I can get this working. Mary, 1 second. Beautiful music as well. Okay, stop sharing this. Thank you for your patience there, Mary. So many buttons I have to click. Spotlight here, spotlight there. Okay, Mary, I'm just going to make you the host so then you can share your video. Let's see, is Mary coming up? See if you can unmute yourself, Mary, because we can't hear you at the moment. Ah, yes. Excellent.
Hi,
Excellent.
Shamash.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
It's great to see you. I haven't seen you for a while, so this is an extra treat.
Yeah, it feels like ages.
Yeah, exactly. So what have you got planned for us today?
Whoa, well, a lot of
what are you going to share today?
Covered. I offered to look at exploring the heart a little and a heart-based meditation. And yeah, so I've put together just that. And
wonderful, that's great.
Meditation, to end with.
Right. Yeah, the longer we go towards the end of the day, the bit more challenging it is because it's the same topic, but it's always nice to hear it from different angles. Sometimes you can have the same meditation from 10 different people, but you hear it differently and there's slightly different words. So that's what this whole day is all about. So we're very grateful that you gifted your time today, and I'll pass it over to you. So just take your time.
Yeah, I'm grateful to be here.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I thought we could start with something like your one breath, but I call it 1 minute counts. And so I'll incorporate it and turn it into one kind breath for World Kindness Day. So I don't know if you'd like to just get comfortable and just you could close your eyes even and just turn towards yourself with kindness. And take one kind breath with a tiny smile to your heart, releasing your shoulders if they're sort of stuck up near your ears, and checking that your jaw's not tense, that your posture's not tense, that you're kind of aligned and not leaning to one side. Have you got a frown? Just that. And then we could come back to wherever you are. And once again, I'd suggest getting comfortable. So, you know, if you need to lie down or whatever it is, just for this session, do. Okay, I'd like to start with a little story. You know, sharing is caring, according to Niles, sharing stories. So my little son was, well, he's turning 21 on Sunday, but he was about 4 and we got stuck in a queue. There were people everywhere. Our trolley was full. And then there were a few people ahead of us and one started shouting and swearing at the teller. And then gradually the people behind started doing the same. And I had this spectacle in front of me. I couldn't really move. And so I thought, oh gosh. So I said to him, is there another way that these people could be communicating or saying how they feel, do you think? I mean, could they be kind, for example? And could the people waiting behind this chap who's obviously very angry perhaps just be more patient, which means, you know, just waiting quietly, finding something to do, something like that. So we had this little conversation and then we looked at all the chocolates and chose one, being kind to ourselves. And yeah, eventually, you know, we got out of there. And then a few days later, we're sitting in the car, stuck in traffic, and I'm feeling a little bit, it's hot, I'm frustrated. And my son turns around and says to me, we could practice being kind and patient. So I'm going to look a little bit at the heart. I'm not a cardiologist, but I know that the heart is fabulous. Whales have the largest in mammals, and then the American pygmy shrew has the smallest heart in mammals. And then apparently there's a fairy fly, I love the name, but it's a wasp, which has the tiniest heart in all living creatures. A human heart is about the size of a fist, and it beats at about 115,000 beats a day. Now, I don't understand gallons, and I haven't bothered to look up an equivalent, but it just sounded a huge amount. 200 gallons pumped through the heart a day. Yeah, the heart has 4 chambers, 4 valves, 4 functions. For example, you know, main functions, sending oxygen to the body and organ hormones and vital substances to the organs of the body, cells of the body, and then in turn receiving deoxygenated blood and metabolic wastes, which it pumps to the lungs to be breathed out, and it maintains your blood pressure. So it's a really important organ. And yeah, unfortunately, some people get heart conditions. You know, they could be inherited or congenital, or, you know, they could develop them. For example, vascular dementia or stroke. Yeah, and emotional conditions. King David in the Bible in Psalms 22, Psalm 109, verse 22, talks about his heart being wounded. And a doctor was at an event, touching people on the shoulders, chatting, and then he tapped this one chap on the shoulder, sort of in a friendly way, and the guy kind of jumped back, and he thought, whoa, okay. And it turned out this chap had injured his shoulders, and, well, his shoulder, I should say. And so later this doctor was reflecting on this and realized, just had this flash, yes, you know, when people's hearts are wounded, or something that we can't see. They may react in ways we don't expect. You know, just that we all see things not as we are, says Anais Nin, but as we are. I've got a lovely little story from a book called I Once Was Blind, But Now I Squint by Ken Crockett. And he talks about an episode in Peanuts where Charlie Brown, Linus and Lucy are lying on a mountain looking up at the clouds. And Lucy says, if you use your imagination, you can see lots of things in cloud formations. What do you see, Linus? And Linus says, well, these clouds up there look like a map of the British Honduras in the Caribbean. And that cloud up there looks a little bit like the profile of Thomas Eakins, a famous painter. And that group of clouds there gives me the impression of the stoning of Stephen. I can see the Apostle Paul standing there to one side, Linus replied. What do you see in the clouds, Charlie Brown, Lucy inquired. Well, I was going to say I saw a ducky and a horsey, but I've changed my mind. So again, we view things not only from different sides, but through different eyes, says Blaise Pascal. And Ken Crockett also talks about people who've had heart transplants seeing things differently suddenly. For example, a chap who had a heart transplant, he'd loved classical music, and then suddenly he started loving rock music, and it turned out the teenager that whose heart he got loved rock music. Or an example of a man who started to have episodes of depression after having a transplant from a woman who had episodes of depression. And I think there was another story. Yes, there was one chap who had a heart transplant who woke up saying, everything is copacetic. And he'd never used that word before. I don't think he knew what it meant. I didn't. I had to look it up, and it means everything is excellent. And yeah, it was a phrase that this chap whose heart he got used to say to his wife. So the heart is pretty incredible, and that they link to studies that show actually the heart has an imitation of the neural system in the brain. So we think with our hearts too. Lucia mentioned, you know, different emotions and being able to turn towards them for healing with kindness. And so I would like to now turn towards a little bit, just looking at kindness. So that's my little bit on the heart. And now I want to just read another little bit from The Boy, the Mole, the Fox and the Horse, which is by Charlie Macquarie. And the mole says, what do you want to be when you grow up? Kind, says the boy. I love that. Growing up to be kind. So David Hamilton was a pharmaceutical scientist who moved into research around psychological research and kindness and the heart. And he talks about, says that, you know, we're genetically wired to be kind, and that kindness is the opposite of stress. So we can't be kind and stressed. It protects against depression. There is loads of research around this. Yeah, and it releases, kindness releases kind hormones, which are like love hormones, you know, oxytocin and dopamine. And it's contagious. So when Shamash said, let's make kindness go viral, even small acts like a tiny smile can make a difference. And the side effects of kindness are, you know, increased happiness. It's good for your heart. It slows aging, so stops those wrinkles, and improves relationships. I looked up some synonyms, and you know, there's loads of different words we can use for kindness. Generous, tender, helpful, and so on. And I then looked up kind-hearted, which is a synonym for kindness, but has a deeper layer of sympathy and compassion. And then I looked at these two words and I got, you know, sorrow. In other words, sorrow for other people's misfortune is sympathy, but it also can mean understanding between people. And compassion is recognizing suffering and taking action. So I now want to just move on to talking a little bit about practicing kindness, which comes back to the story of me and my son. We've spent the rest of his childhood and even now into adulthood practicing being kind to each other through kind thoughts, words, and deeds. And so I'd like to encourage us to think of kind, ethical transactions with ourselves, with others, with the environment. And, you know, they could be very small, or you could be joining an organization that's, you know, doing big things. But committing to being kind to ourselves, being kind to all, which includes ourselves and the environment. So little things you can do. Well, this is a big thing, actually. You can eat well, eat nourishing food, nourishing, you know, delicious food that you enjoy. Be active, you know, walk, garden, even housework, you know, and you'll end up with a clean house in the end. Being just kind reduces stress. It's good for you, it's good for others, and being kind to others is good for you. So just choosing something. You can meditate, you know, you can practice breathing techniques, you can choose relaxation, just taking a cup of tea into the garden and just sitting with the sun on your face, or a deep relaxing bubble bath. You could plant seeds in your garden. And really with all of this, you're planting seeds and growing kindness in you and around you. You know, these are actions that can impact you, but will impact others as well. Just smiling at someone. You could pay forward a meal or give funny gifts, as Shamash mentioned earlier. You could listen mindfully to others and to yourself. I read an article about mindful listening earlier this year, and my son, who had recently lost a friend through a really dreadful, it wasn't an accident really, but she was plowed into by a car running from the police. And she died. And anyway, so he flops into the sofa and just looked incredibly sad. And I just read this article and I thought, okay, I'm going to listen mindfully. And I think that was the deepest conversation we've ever had. I didn't barely say a word. He just talked and talked and talked about things that happened at primary school, you know, how he was feeling, how he felt about death, what he thought about religion, just his friend and all the things they've done together and how much he loved her. It was just beautiful and very heartwarming, touching. Yeah. And I did feel good. I felt like I had been kind. And so, yeah, I really encourage you to try listening mindfully to people, or more. Donating your time or money, taking a plant to work even. And obviously for the environment, you could water that plant at work, or water your garden. But you could also be doing things like today, raising money or paying money towards planting trees, just $1. You can get the details for that if you want to do that. So from Shamash, I'm sure he'll let you know. And you could also do things like reusing and recycling and donating excess stuff to be reused by others. It's compassion in action that, is it Philippe, I think, mentioned earlier today. And so thinking about compassion in action, kindness to your heart and to yourself, let's think about moving into a little heart meditation or visualization. Yeah, I really loved the model that was presented just before me. I am, I care, I share, I choose. And this could be one kind breath, like Shamash mentioned earlier, committing to those small changes, tiny habits, as Shamash mentioned, creating a kindness bubble through journaling, like Jacqueline mentioned, or creating your own kindness stories and sharing them with others, like Calvin talked about. Yes, so let's do a little meditation, and then we'll end. It's only going to be a few minutes, but if you'd like to get comfortable, and comfortable is being kind to yourself, just choosing a posture where you can be alert. And you can close your eyes if you wish and bring an attitude of kindness to this moment. And take a slow changing breath. Followed by one really deep, slow breath. And then just let your breath settle. Now noticing your breathing, you could visualize, I invite you, breathing through your heart, through your lungs to your heart and to your whole body. Visualize smiling to your heart. You could put your hand on your heart and feel it beating. Thank it for all it does. Gratitude and kind thoughts are good for you, as we've heard all day today. Now I'd like you to visualize something kind you could do today for your heart. One kind thing for you could be simply to smile, or go for a walk, or that cup of tea in the garden. Just think of something you're going to do later today for you. Something you could do for others. So you might give something, or you might listen to somebody. You could buy somebody a plant. And then finally, something that you're going to do today for the environment. So this could be something really small. You could donate $1 for a tree to be planted. You could water a plant. Visualize yourself doing these three things. One kind thing to you, one kind thing for others, and one kind thing for the environment. And then returning to your breathing and just noticing your breathing. And if you have your hand on your heart, you can think about the connection with this and your heart, and the connection with your heart and your mind and your body and your emotions and your being. And then actually paying attention to where you can feel your breath, perhaps your nostrils, or the rise of your chest or belly. Nice deep breaths are for the belly. And then slowly coming back into this room or wherever you are, with a smile. You could open your eyes and that's what I have planned for kindness and the heart.
Wow, that was really wonderful, very moving. Just looking here at what Liv says, this is the kindest thing I've done for my heart today, Mary. Thanks for sharing. That was beautiful.
That's awesome.
Then he said, the kindness pandemic, warning, very contagious and can quickly go viral. That's a good one.
The smallest thing can make the hugest difference. So a ripple effect.
And Elspeth says, thank you, Mary. Love all the facts about the heart and animal hearts. Yeah, I loved those facts, especially the small hearts. I was really curious about that. I was trying to find a picture of that tiny heart. Really fascinating. I had no idea our hearts worked so hard throughout the day. Yeah. And the stories too. And I really liked all the different suggestions as well, actually, because sometimes people say do small acts of kindness, but then you just can't think of what would be a good thing, or you always think of the same thing. But even watering a plant is a nice one. It's a really, really simple one as well, isn't it? And then there's that sense of connection, and who knows what happens from there. Even if nothing happens from there, it's lovely in itself.
Yeah, I talk to my plants while I do that.
Really? Do they ever talk back?
Well, they do. They show me how they feel, because they either wilt or they, grow.
High five. They high five you. If you wanted me, I'll give you a high five. Otherwise, I'm just going to go. It's the world's slowest high five. Takes about 5 days. That's excellent. Thank you so much. Check out the other comments. People
okay. Thank you, Shamash. Thank you for
so
the
much.
Opportunity to just share today. I loved it. Thank you.
Yeah, I really loved it. I loved that wonderful combination of different things. I really appreciate you volunteering to share your stories. Excellent. So I think now we have Ntathu. So let's see if I can find Ntathu on the internet thing. Let's have a look. Okay, here we go. Unmute. And then I need to click on make host.
I think
there you are. Yeah, I can hear your voice. There we go.
Hi.
Hi there. Let's just see if we can make you. Hang on a minute. I'll make you the spotlight. That should work. Here we go. That's better. It's great to see you in the sunshine.
Oh yes, Grenada.
Where are you again?
In Grenada, in the Caribbean.
Grenada, wonderful.
Yeah.
What time is it there at the moment?
It's 12 o'clock lunchtime.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for volunteering to share something with us today. I'll pass it straight over to you, and you can take it from there. Thanks, Ntathu.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, Mary. That's really lovely. It really helped to settle my heart so I can kind of like just be kinder to myself. And what I really wanted to share with everybody today, it's just a very simple sort of like mindful movement, mindful breath practice. We can do it anywhere, anytime, because if you're like me, or like most people, we've grown up in a world which hasn't always been kind to us. Maybe your colour, your sexuality, your gender, your religious faith, or something, somebody has picked on you. And as a result, it's kind of like made you feel not so good about yourself. And oftentimes when we don't feel so good about ourselves, we take it out on our body. We may sort of self-sabotage, or we may not even like to care for our body so well. And for me, the beauty of yoga, it just allows you to come back to your body. It just allows you, it gives you that space, that time, just to practice a loving, kind touch. And I feel the more we can be present with our body, the more we can not listen to all that negative, unkind thoughts that people have said about us, the more we just come back and love ourselves, love our body. And it just makes a happier kind of world. So I'd like us to do today is just a simple mindful movement practice, which you can do anywhere, anytime, particularly when you feel unkind to yourself, when you can hear those voices in the head. And sometimes those voices in the head are so loud. I know I've been there, still there at times, but you can't even hear logic. You can't even hear your friend telling you that, yeah, you're okay, you're doing well, because that voice in our head. So when that happens, just come back, start to love your body. All right, so to start off with, literally, just be aware of how you're sitting, or if you're standing or lying down. Just take a moment just to notice how you're sitting, how you're standing, how you're lying down. And what part or parts of the body come to mind? Where does your mind instantly go when you start to think about the body? And then just send some love to that part of the body. If that sounds strange to think to do, just imagine you're stroking a pet, your favourite pet, or talking to a plant. Just imagine that is that part of the body, and just gently send love to that part of the body and say thank you. Then extend your awareness to the front of your body, the trunk of your body, and get a sense of sitting up. So really get a sense of sitting on your sitting bones. The front of the body. See if you can just tuck your chin in slightly. And then just get a sense of lengthening down, all the way down the back of the body. Become aware of the space between your shoulders. And very gently, just squeeze your shoulder blades towards each other. Just gently, nice and kindly, just gently squeeze your shoulder blades towards each other. And that just helps to open up the heart center a bit more. Bring your awareness to your hands. And just take a moment to look at your palms. So turn your palms up so you can actually gaze at your hands and smile. Acknowledge all the kind acts you've done in your life just through sharing something from your hand. You've held a child's hand. You've maybe held a dying relative's palm. You may have used your hand to stroke somebody or to pass a gift onto somebody. But take a moment just to really look at your palm and know that there's no one else in this world who has your influence. So really acknowledge the kind things you have done for other people through your hands. And then place those hands together. Really squeeze, soft squeeze, squeeze the palms. Place your thumbs or breastbone. And just lift up again, because we tend to sag during the day. So lift up again. So you've got your thumbs on your breastbone. And then gently lower your head to your heart. We spend so much time in our heads, often saying unkind things to ourselves and to other people. So when we lower our head to our heart, we connect with all that is good and kind. And softly whisper to yourself, I'm becoming kinder. I'm becoming more loving to myself. I'm allowing myself time to love my body. I honor my hands. I love my body. Allow those words to settle and flow through your heart, through your body. Allow those words to flow through the joints, through the shoulders, the elbows, the wrist. Feel the depth, the sentiment, those words flow down the spine, releasing any back pain, any shoulder pain, any neck pain. Feel those words, those loving, kind words you've whispered to yourself. Feel the energy of those words flow through the thighs, through the knees, the back of the knees, the front of the knees, the side of the knees. Let the energy of those words flow down the shins, down the calves, over the soles of the feet, over the arches, and for all 10 toes. So really spread your toes out wide. Take up space with your toes, so your toes can receive those kind, loving words you whisper to your heart. And just let those words flow into the earth, sinking deeper and deeper into the earth. Keep the shoulders lowered, keep sitting up tall, keep that chin tucked in as you lower the head to the heart. And then on the next in-breath, breathe in softly. All those kind acts you've given to other people, all those loving words we've just shared between ourselves. Feel the energy of those words flow up from the earth, nourishing and strengthening your desire to be kinder to yourself, to the planet, to the world. Feel the energy flow from the ankles, the knees, the hips, all through the sides of the body. Through the ribs, lengthening the ribs, creating space between the ribs. All those good, kind acts that you've given to other people that you've received, feel them flooding your body, flowing off from your shoulders as you give thanks. As you acknowledge all the kind acts, all the kindness that people have given to you, feel them on your shoulders. You're standing on the shoulders of greatness. Breathe it in all the way in and softly exhale. Keep the head lower to the heart centered. Breathing in, breathing out. Inhale and exhale. And very softly, just allow the hands very softly to separate. You may notice And what do you notice between the hands? Very softly, allow your hands to separate softly, softly. And just place your hands anywhere that's comfortable for you on your body. Doesn't matter where you place it, but place it with love, with kindness, with joy. And just feel the connection of your hands, those kind, loving hands resting on your body. Be aware of the fingerprints just resting on the cloth or your skin. Just let that energy flood through the skin, through the muscles, the tendons, all through the cells, right down to the core, right down to your DNA. So you're flooding your whole body with kindness, loving kindness. Your whole body is vibrating, energizing, you're electric. You love yourself, you care for yourself. That feels good. All those years of putting up with hardships has come to an end as you take time to claim back the joy of loving and being kind to your body. Breathe it in, breathe it in. Keep the head lower to the heart, lower the shoulders, keep sitting up tall. Just take, in your own time, take 5 mindful breaths in your own time, your own space. Any which way which feels comfortable for you to breathe, just take those 5 loving, kind, 5 cycles in your own time. Listen when the mind wants to wander away from giving yourself some kindness, notice it. And just say, right now, this is my kind breath, my kind time to my body. Keep the mind focused on taking those 5 loving breaths. When you're taking your 5 breaths, just softly allow the head to float up. Allow the head to float up. Keep the chin tucked in. And you just notice what you notice. Observe the way your body is feeling right now. Notice the parts of the body connecting with the floor, the chair, the bed, the settee, the table. Notice your thoughts. What is the headspace like? And then notice your breath. How is the breath today? Where can you invite a kinder breath, a softer breath? What needs to shift or to let go so that you can have that kind, loving breath? Nourishes and nurtures you, daylight to night. And just softly say to yourself, my body is my vessel. My body is my safe place. My body is my safe, happy, kind place. It's where I go to seek refuge. I love my body. I extend care, kind, loving thoughts every day to my body. From my heart, all the way to the brain, to the cells, every muscle, every tendon, every fibre of my being is kindness as I breathe and love my body. There's no body like mine. I love my body. Treat the body with kindness. I nourish the body because I care for my body. I allow my body to move during the day. I take pleasure in allowing my body to gently expand during the day. My body is a gift. Through this gift, I'm able to share acts of kindness with the world. The more I connect with my body, the more I love and stroke and tend to my body, the more good I can do in the world. I open my heart, I release past pain, past trauma, softly and gently into the earth. As I recall all those kind and loving acts which people have given to me to help my body be supported, to be held. Sink deeper and deeper into the body. Feel the connection with the earth, the mountains, the wind, the rain, the sun, all the elements feeding into your body, amplifying all the kind acts we receive today, we receive tomorrow, the day after, and the day after. There's a vortex of kindness. It flows through my heart. I stay connected, grounded in the body. I release the barriers which separate me from others. I see myself in my enemy's eyes. There's no you, there's no me, it's only us. And together we create a synergy of love, of kindness, which ripples out to the world. We recognize the injustices that have happened to other people. And through our kind acts and our desire, our commitment to be good, to do good, and to leave a kind imprint to all those we meet, we see the world through their eyes. We connect deeply. We dissolve the man-made barriers between us. We stand together, facing the sun, listening to the wind, acknowledging the stars. We know we have more in common with our human body than our differences. We acknowledge the differences in our bodies, yet we acknowledge, come together with the common things we share. The heart, the liver, the lungs, the... It's by staking our claim to unity with the body, with the breath, with the heart, we create a kinder, more loving world for our children's children to grow up, to be safe and secure. It all starts with us acknowledging how beautiful we are, how loving and strong our body really is. So just stay still, noticing what you notice. listening to the sound of the silence of the breath. And set your intention. Reaffirm your commitment to be kind. Kind to yourself, to your body, to your heart, to your friends and family, to people who aren't so kind to you. See beyond their unkindness, know they're hurting. Extend your loving, kind heart, your kind breath. Just extend it to those in need. And together, we create a kinder. In a few moments, I'm going to invite you to softly allow the eyes to open if they're closed. Just do what you need to do, just to softly allow your intention to settle into the body, to re-engage, to bring yourself back to the present moment. Just acknowledging and feeling your feet connecting softly with the ground. Feeling your loving, kind hands touching your skin, your flesh. Noticing the way your head is resting softly on top of your spine. And so. And then just bring your palms together. Very softly, bring your palms together. Separate your fingers. Place your thumbs on your breastbone, your heart center. Lift up with the body in case you're sagged down. Lift up. Lower your head back down to your heart center. And say, thank you, body. I love you. I'll always be kind. Own time, whenever you feel ready, just softly re-engage. Thank you for your time, attention, your thoughtful, kind gestures to make this a kinder, happier world. Namaste.
Wonderful. Wow, I really enjoyed that. Beautifully guided. You got very calming, kindful voice, if there is such a thing. Thank you. Let's have a look at these comments. Vidya says, thank you so much. It was very detailed. Thank you, Ntathu. Lovely to hear your voice. Mary says the same as well. Thank you. Wonderful. I love that practice with the gentle movements, kindful movements connected with the... Awesome. Are you still there somewhere? I think the video's gone off. Let me turn my video on. There we go. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see if there's any other comments. Any questions for Ntathu? Lots of positive comments. Enjoyed your meditation. Very gentle and kind, says Christine. You have a very calming voice, says Jacqueline. Thank you. You have a lovely voice, feeling very calm, says Denise. Wonderful. Cool. Well, I'll let you continue to see those comments as they come through if you have some time. But thank you so much for generously giving your time to share some compassion practices with us. Really appreciate it. Excellent. So now, let's see. What do we have next? View slideshow. Next up we have Emily. Finding self-compassion through trauma-sensitive mindfulness. Let's see if we can get Emily's thing working. There we go. Okay, need to click this and click this. Give me 1 second, Emily. I just... Okay. There you go. I'm going to make you a host so then this comes through. There we go. You should be able to turn your video on now, Emily. Oh, wonderful.
Hey.
I can hear your voice as well. That's great. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How is everyone?
Yeah, really good. I think I had a lovely day so far. And whereabouts are you based?
I am in Colorado, so I'm in the US. So it's 9:30 in the morning here.
Awesome, awesome. So your kindness day is just starting.
Yeah, lots more time to be kind.
Well, I can tell you've got some good news. It's a great day, kindness day. It's coming your way.
Great. Great. Well, I have a talk, but I also have some mindful movement exercises, which might be nice since everyone's probably been sitting for a while.
Yes, wonderful. Yeah. We did a little bit of movement just now, but
Okay.
we've also been doing a lot of talks as well. So a bit of both would be perfect.
Okay, great.
So what I'll do is feel free to introduce yourself, and and it's over to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I am going to share my screen I do have some slides. So let me just make sure.
Yeah, I'll be here anyway if it doesn't work. I'm sure it'll work.
Oh, okay, let's see. I don't know if this is right.
If you click on the green button, share. There we go. Perfect.
Okay, great. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to be talking about how we can find self-compassion through trauma-sensitive mindfulness. So what I do is I teach both meditation and Qigong, and Qigong is a Chinese form of mindful movement. Okay. Let's see. I want you to see the other screen. All right. Let me see. I apologize. I want you guys to see the other screen. But for some reason it's showing you this one. But we'll just roll with it. Can you see this okay? For the about me over here. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
I can see the about me there, yeah.
Okay, I wish it was showing you the other screen, but I don't want to try to go back. I think it'll take too much time. So just to give you a brief about me, I have had a history of severe trauma. So pre-verbal trauma, childhood abuse, and some pretty significant adult events that I dealt with through a somatic-based type of therapy. And that's kind of how I found mindfulness. And I also have had some chronic pain that was deeply linked with PTSD. So some fibromyalgia type of pain and also chronic migraine. So when I was going through therapy, my therapist suggested that I use some resources that were rooted in mindfulness. And then as the pain got worse, he suggested the mindfulness-based stress reduction program. And he gave the disclaimer, I haven't done this program myself, but one of my other patients said it helped with his chronic pain. And I said, lovely, I will try absolutely anything because the pain is so bad. And at the end of it, I found the pain was still in all the same locations and it was the same severity, but what had changed was my entire perspective on it. I wasn't bothered by it anymore. It was there, but it wasn't ruling my life like it had been previously. And it changed my life and my mindset so much that I decided to completely change my career path. I'd been an audiologist for a decade. I'd studied for 8 years to get to that point of being an audiologist, but I thought, this isn't serving me anymore, and it's not serving other people. And what I want to do is teach people mindfulness. So that's how I got into teaching mindfulness. And I'm going to talk about this trauma map over here. So this is really the root of my work, is I love to teach people Qigong and teach people meditation who have dealt with trauma. But usually when people are dealing with trauma, we need to start with mindful movement. I've found that starting with meditation just doesn't work, and I'll talk to you about why in a little bit. But the trauma map, just to give you a real brief overview, represents what happens in the body when a person's faced with a threat or experiences a trauma. So it was first developed by Peter Levine through his observations of animals. And I think a lot of people know Peter Levine's work, but then it was modified later by the folks through trauma dynamics. So when we're talking about the map, oftentimes we start with descriptions from state 0, but I think it's actually more helpful to describe it backwards, because that's what a person experiences when they're recovering from a traumatic event. So in state 4, we're dealing with dissociation. So dissociation, a lot of us know what this is, but just to give you a brief overview, it's a parasympathetic response. And when a person's experiencing a trauma, this is the state they reach when they believe there's absolutely no hope of escape. And the symptoms that we experience, we'll label them cold symptoms. So that's why it's blue on the map. So an example of a more severe symptom would be an extreme dissociative episode. And that'd be where a person doesn't remember what they were doing or how they arrived at a place. And it can be very, very scary. Another pretty severe example would be an out-of-body experience. And I think a lot of us have had kind of that kind of moment where our mind-body connection is disrupted. So this is where mindfulness can come in, is in those moments. And a milder but still disruptive symptom might be something like brain fog or severe depression. So we really need to work on grounding techniques here for facilitating embodiment when we're really dissociated. A lot of survivors are just totally disconnected from parts of their bodies, and they may not even realize that. So working with them through meditation, like body scan meditation or breath work, can be pretty triggering. That prolonged silence and focus on the body can cause a survivor to feel really unsafe. So I think that's why mindful movement is just a gentler pathway towards embodiment and what works best in this state. So I am going to show you actually a mindful movement exercise. So I'm going to stop this slideshow here. And let's see. Can I stop sharing my screen? I want to see if I can do that.
Yeah, to stop sharing your screen.
Stop share up here.
There you go.
Great. So you guys can see what we call shaking it out. So shaking it out, and feel free to do this with me if you want to. You don't have to though. So I'll describe it as I'm showing it to you. So we'll bounce up and down and just shake out our arms. And you can shake like this. You can do smaller, gentler movements like this. It's an ancient Taoist practice of letting go. And we move our entire body and shake our entire body as we just get back into embodiment. And flapping the wrists is a really important part of this. And it's really good for people who sit at a desk and at a computer all day. And this is good for people even if they haven't experienced trauma, but it's just something that I think is really, really excellent for people who are finding trouble with embodiment. And you can jump up and down if you want. You can get really big with it, or you can just be really small with it. So I love doing that with people who have experienced trauma and are in that state 4, but we also always do it as warm up for any Qigong. And you do it for about 2 to 3 minutes, but people can get up and do that anytime during the day. And especially when people start to notice that they're kind of floating away, not present, that's a good time to shake it out. So that's what we do in state 4. All right, I'm going to try to share the correct screen with you this time. Okay. All right. So after we spend time working through dissociation, and a lot of that is done with a therapist, I'm just someone who helps people with that embodiment, movement, and mindful movement. A lot of the work is going to be done in therapy. But once we reach state 3, this is a tough state and we need some different mindful movement here. So when we reach state 3, we're having both a parasympathetic and a sympathetic response. So dissociation and fight or flight. And it's like having one foot on the gas and one foot on the brake. So as you can imagine, this is a deeply unsettling place to be. And we're having a mixture of hot and cold symptoms. So people can feel like they're on an emotional roller coaster, but a lot of it is just the body. The body is doing that. So your dissociation is still present. So we're still working through things like shaking it out, getting present again, but we're also beginning to have that fight or flight surface. So we need some Qigong that's going to work with that. And what I find to be most helpful during this state is to start working on that emotional transformation. So that can be done through 5-element Qigong, which is one of the things I'm certified to teach. It's a really ancient Taoist form of Qigong. And I could talk about this all day, but I'm just going to give you a brief overview. So there are 5 forms, and they're dynamic movements. So these pictures are just a snapshot. But here in the upper left-hand corner, you see dragon, and dragon transforms fear to courage. So once we get into this place where we can work with emotions and we're not so dissociated, we can start doing more dynamic mindful movements, and we can work on these emotions that people are feeling. So as you can imagine, with trauma, a lot of people are experiencing a lot of different fears. And I think we all are right now in 2020. Tiger here deals with grief, transforming grief to joy. Leopard is transforming anger to forgiveness. And here's the one I love most for kindness is snake. So snake transforms anxiety to nurture. And what people are dealing with anxiety, there's a lot of that in trauma, and there's a lot of that in the world right now. But I like to focus on that nurture aspect. And this picture shows reaching out into snake grabs its prey. And I like to tell people in this moment, can you reach out to hope? Or can you reach out to love? Can you reach out to self-compassion and kindness? And I think that self-compassion and that self-kindness is the hardest place to get to. And some people can't do it. And they just say, I can't love myself right now. And that's okay. But I like to go through that snake motion and just keep reaching out towards it until we can kind of get there. And it may take a long, long time. And then lastly is crane, and crane is more complicated. It transforms excess desire or that kind of grass is greener attitude into contentment. And I think peace and contentment is a big part of what we're working towards with mindfulness. So I really love crane as well for working through these difficult times. So once we reach state 2, we're all in fight or flight. So you can see it's all red there. So we've kind of gotten past the dissociation, and we really are dealing with some big body responses, and that can be really, really difficult for people to work through this challenging stage because they always feel like their body's on fire or just that there's too much. So what can we do in this state? I like to do an exercise called throwing away the trash. And it sounds really funny and it kind of looks funny too, but I think it's really, really great for getting out excess emotion. So I'm going to show you throwing away the trash. All right, so throwing away the trash, you just stand with your feet about shoulder width apart, and you'll go up on your toes, raising your arms as far as you can back, but without straining. So my shoulders don't allow me to go far back, but some people can get way far back. And then you just throw away the trash and bring your arms as high as you can back here, keeping your hands real relaxed. And you want to keep your head upright and gaze forward. It's really important with Qigong that our crown point is always towards the sky. So I'll show you fast. So we throw away the trash. Throw away the trash. And we do this as many times as we need. And we can do it forcefully. We can do it gently. We do it any way the body feels like it needs it. So when we're angry, for example, I think a really great way, so we transform anger to forgiveness, a really great way to do the exercise is to do it with that anger. So we're throwing away the trash. We're doing it really forcefully. We're angry, and that helps to get it out and release it. So that's an exercise I really love for that. And you can do it with the 6 healing sounds. And I won't take you through all of those, but as you throw away the trash, if you're angry, the sound for that is shoo. So you just say shoo, shoo. And that vocalization really helps people to release the emotion from their body. So we're releasing it through movement, and we're also releasing it through vocalization. And I can't tell you enough how big that is for people. And it's a really, really simple exercise. Okay, so that is the last one. Actually, I think I have one more. So sorry, this going back and forth, I know it's kind of challenging to follow, but so back to the slides. All right. So when we get into state 1, this is where a lot of the beautiful mindfulness can work its way through. So when we reach state 1, we're in the orienting state. And in this state, people are just assessing whether a situation is dangerous. So we can go into state 2 from here, fight or flight if the situation actually is dangerous, or we can just go to 0, which is neutral. And this is where our bodies are not overwhelmed anymore. So we can really start to do other mindfulness work, like meditation, like breath work. And we can start to do things like cognitive behavioral therapy and other forms of talk therapy. We can integrate the emotions that held so much charge during the trauma, because we're not holding as much of it in our bodies anymore. And when people get to this state, it's really beautiful because they've done so much work to get here that I think people start to just become more self-compassionate and kinder to themselves just naturally, because they start to remember how hard it was to get here, and they start to be proud of themselves for that. And if they aren't getting there on their own, I feel like it's my job to help remind them in this state. Look at everything you've done, and I'm proud of you, and I hope you're proud of you. So that's a big part of my job, is when I see people get to this state, and especially if I've been working with them through this for a long time, I feel like it's my job here to remind them and to remind them all along to be kind to themselves and to remember how much work they've done and how proud of themselves they should be. So this is where we can really get into some of the things that I learned in Shamash's mindfulness course. So a lot of the just meditation, and we can work directly with kindness through meditations like loving kindness, or we can just work on stuff like the body scans finally, because they probably won't be as triggering in this state. All right. So we kind of talked a lot about this already, but just compassion for others will develop indirectly, sometimes directly through things like loving kindness, and self-compassion just tends to be the last piece. Because a lot of times survivors have dealt with extreme shame associated with their trauma. So it's really hard for them to be self-compassionate. So I try to hold that with them and not judge them for feeling ashamed, because that's part of the trauma. And my job is to make them feel, or to help them be embodied, to make them feel empowered through their mindfulness work, and to just really embrace them and show them community. And I think the opening the heart to the sky is a really great movement for this. And maybe I'll show that at the end if we have time. But it just opens up the heart and just brings in compassion, and then we hold that in our hearts. And so that's what I love about opening the heart to the sky. And when we reach state 0, that's when the nervous system realizes the danger is no longer present. So therapy is typically over at this point, and my mindfulness work can continue if people want it to, and I think this is the greatest state for it to continue. So we can build on our foundation of mindfulness skills. They already have a lot of them in their toolkit if they've been working with me all the way through this trauma map. But we can just keep on building that and keep on making it stronger so that they know that if something happens in the future, they have resources, they have tools now to make them feel empowered, and they can use those through mindful movement, through meditation, to help them get to this neutral state again. Because we're all going to deal with charge in our bodies. We're all going to deal with really difficult times. 2020, for example, has been a difficult year. But if we have these tools, we can continue to feel embodied. We can continue to feel empowered. We can continue to be self-aware, and our compassion and kindness towards ourselves and others can continually grow. So the last thing that I wanted to talk about is the bow out. So in this picture, you can see you just hold your right fist up to your left hand and you keep your shoulders relaxed. This is how we bow out of every session. So some people kind of bow out and they say thank you. In Qigong, we say our character traits that we try to embody every day. So these are our core values, and you get to pick 5 in 5-element Qigong. And this was an act of self-kindness for me, writing this, because people always told me how to be and what my personality was and what they wanted from me, and made me feel like my character traits were not good enough. So when I wrote this, it was really the biggest act of self-kindness maybe that I've ever done, because it was me saying, well, these are my values, and this is why I love myself, and this is what I want to try to embody every day. So this is what I came up with as my bow out. And you can say it along with me, or if you'd like to. That's how we do it in Qigong. So it's kindness, courage, humor, diligence, perseverance. So thank you. And if you want to find me, this is how you find my business if you ever want to practice Qigong or have more questions about it, or to practice meditation with me. And so I'm all finished if you guys have any questions.
That's so great, Emily. Feel free to leave that slide there with your contact details, so people could maybe write them down, or you could
Yeah.
just type it in the chat, so then people could maybe
Sure.
look at it. That might be easier. But thank you so much. That was a really powerful and moving talk, going from a journey of self-discovery to that passion of wanting to share it with others. I think that's really, really powerful. Let's have a look at what people
Thank
are
you so
sharing
much.
in the chat. Alexandra's had a few questions through, but that was during the talk. And Alexandra says, this is awesome. Somatic work and embodiment are NB. These movements seemed like they'd be really effective. Brian says, fantastic. Brian also teaches some, I think it's either Tai Chi or Qigong. I can't remember, Brian, but that's wonderful that you're both there. Anita says, thanks for sharing. Elspeth says, I just started to practice Qigong a few weeks ago and find it great for pain in the body. Really love the throwing out the trash. Yeah, that was fun. I threw out some trash as well. Marina, you missed it. Well, if you signed up on Eventbrite, then we will send you a link to the recording so you can try it later on. Thank you. Wonderful talk and sharing of yourself, says Christine. Well presented. Thank you, Emily, says Steve. Wonderful, wonderful. So yeah, it's really fascinating. In fact, I didn't know about the trauma map. I'm not sure. Where did you say you discovered that?
So I discovered it through my own therapy, but Peter Levine started to develop it through his studies of wild animals and how they dealt with trauma sort of by shaking out their bodies. Like when a dog gets hurt and they shake after.
Yeah.
And then trauma dynamics, Eric Wolterstorff, I think is how he pronounces his last name. He was the one who modified it to the form that I showed today.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I look forward to watching it back again later on. It's fascinating. And do you teach classes online or?
Yes, I teach almost exclusively online, and I see people all over the world. So actually this week I do have someone from India and someone from the UK. So yeah, I see people all over the world via Zoom.
Yeah. Wonderful. And I can imagine how particular people may really connect with you, because if you've gone through that yourself and now you're sharing what you found worked, so that match is really, really important for people, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my favorite thing to do is to design personal programs for people. So each one is individual. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I'll leave you to look at some more of the comments. And I think Alexandra's got a few specific comments and questions there, maybe potentially. So feel free to have a look at that as well. But thank you all for all your comments today. So I think I'll just finish off by wrapping things up. So let's see. I click that. Okay. So hopefully I'm on the screen now. Well, I just wanted to finish with a few thank yous, actually. So first of all, I wanted to say thank you to all the speakers. We had 14 speakers today, I believe, and I want to thank each and every one of them. They had to put time in to prepare for the session. They had to make time to reply to all my emails and to come along to the sessions today to actually deliver their small class or workshop and event. And eventually there'll be a few hundred people at least that will see these presentations. So I'm sure some of them were nervous as well. So big thank you to them. I think we should all give a big virtual or real round of applause to them all for their contribution. I think it was really, really fascinating. I enjoyed the variety so much. That was wonderful. So that's the first huge thank you. I think they all volunteered their time. They freely gave their time to be able to share their wisdom with us. So big thank you to them. Secondly, I want to say a big thank you to you. If you were able to afford to donate $1 or £1 or more, I'm really shocked by how generous people have been. Just today, just this event today, we are going to be planting, ready? Drum rolls. Any guesses? Let's see if any guesses come through. We are going to be planting 568 trees. I think I'm so excited by your generosity. So we're going to give all that money to. I found an organization that plants a tree for $1. So let's try them. They seem to be quite well established. A lot of people have donated to them. So I'll do that today. That could be my little action to do today, and I'll share that with you all. So that's really, really exciting. And one more gift I have for you all is that I'll send you a follow-up email, maybe after the weekend. Need to have a bit of a break, but maybe sooner. And I'll send you a link to the recording. I think the recording's worked, actually. It's quite hard to record a whole day event, but I think it's worked. So I'll share that link with you all as well. And you'll be able to watch that and share it with others. I'm not sure if it'll be available forever, but at least it'll be available for 7 days or 30 days. So you have time to watch it and explore some of those ideas. And some people, I know they miss them because you've been busy, so you can watch it. And also my final gift I'd like to give to you all is that during the first lockdown experience we had here in the UK, we ended up writing a book together, the Mindfulness Teachers. So most of the speakers here, some of them were not people who had done the mindfulness training. We had a nice mix today, but about 80% or so have done our Teach Mindfulness program. And a fair few of them contributed to a book that we wrote a few months ago called Mindfulness for Challenging Times. And so I'll send you a link to be able to enjoy a copy of that book along with all the 40 meditations that go with that. Since it's, I'll make a note to do that. Since it's World Kindness Day, why not? And you can feel free to enjoy that book and then maybe do some little acts of kindness for someone else. I'm sure you will in some way or another. So loads of positive stuff from that. We also do a project called Daily Mindfulness Club where we meditate together every morning, and I'll gift a few places for people to be able to enjoy that for free as well. But just to summarize and bring everything together, perhaps coming back to the ideas that I shared at the beginning, and that is that although we feel that we can do big things and we can make big changes in the world, ultimately it comes down to the small acts and the small actions, and they kind of seem to have a ripple effect that's impossible to see. Who knows what one tiny smile or one act of kindness or one bit of generosity, how that is going to affect the next person, the next person, the next person, and go on to impact the world. So these small actions seem to make a big difference. And I forgot to say in my initial talk this morning, one of the reasons why they think small changes and small actions work is that it bypasses our fear system. Emily was talking about the stress response, and whenever things change in a big way, it really does trigger our stress response. But when we do something small and easy and doable and manageable, so small it almost makes you smile how small the action is, it kind of is a very clever way of kind of bypassing your stress system and your fear system, and you're able to do it. So if you just water a plant today, or smile to someone today, or just write one positive message, or treat yourself in a small positive way, doing something that's so small it almost seems insignificant, it makes it much more likely to be doable and achievable, and you just never know the effect it's going to have. And I found in my personal life, these small things end up becoming a big thing. Like I shared the story at the beginning, that $1 tree ends up being 200 plus 700 or 800 trees, and that was unexpected. And there'll be other situations where you'd give $1 or you do one small action and you just don't know the benefit of it. I mean, most of the time we do these small actions and who knows what effect it has, like watering a little plant that makes you smile. Who knows what effect that's going to have, but it's going to have a little bit of effect on your well-being and the plant's well-being, and that could lead to you behaving in a certain way somewhere else, and that ends up becoming rippling out into the world. So yeah, I want to finish with that. Thank you so much to everyone for contributing and for celebrating World Kindness Day. World Kindness Day is coming gradually to an end here in the UK, but it's just starting in in America, so they've got a whole day of it. And as Duncan said, it's not just about the today as Kindness Day, but also the other 364 days. But we all got an opportunity to do little acts of kindness, and let's do our best to remind each other to do that and to take these little actions. I look forward to keeping in touch with you. Thank you very much for attending. And I've been thinking about what would be, it's been such a fun event today. I've been thinking about some ideas for our next event. So if you have any ideas of themes or activities you'd like to do or attend, then let me know and I can put them together. One day I'm thinking about in particular is New Year's Eve this year, because it will be quite different for quite a few people, I'm guessing. So if you have any ideas or suggestions for something that could happen on that day, New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, or maybe Christmas Eve, perhaps, and also any acts of kindness that we could do together as a community as we come towards Christmas time and New Year's. And obviously it's very cold, especially in the Northern Hemisphere at this time. What can we do to help or support people together as a community? You got any ideas or any little acts of kindness that we could do together or even individually? Then feel free to send me a message. Thanks a lot. Keep in touch. Have a great day, and I'll see some of you soon. I've actually even got we've actually got a retreat coming up on Sunday as well. I'll send you some details about that as well. Online retreat. Let me have a look at the quick comments before we leave. Lots of thank yous. Warm-hearted kindness on cold days is a good idea. Thank you so much for all of your kindness. Fab day, much needed. Loved and watched about 12 speakers, says Annabelle. Wow. Thank you. Lots of gratitude there. Thank you, Trish and Alexa and Sarah and Melanie and Jane. The tree charity, yes. Let me finish by sharing the link. I'll be donating to them, but I'll finish by the charity that I found is called Team Trees. Team Trees. So if you type that in Google, you should be able to find it. I think it's called #TeamTrees, and they link to a much bigger tree donating organization. You can also use a search engine called Ecosia. I think ecosia.org. And if you use that search engine, they donate trees every time you do a search. So there's another little way of giving. So even if you don't have any spare pennies at the moment, then you can even just use that search engine and start donating. Wonderful. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks a lot, and see you soon. See you at the next one. Bye for now.